All right. It seems as though we are about ready to get underway. All right. First game is going to be Cat versus Adrian. I personally will be spectating Cat. We'll see if we can't get James to spectate Adrian.
I'm spectating Adrian.
Oh, he's on now. Excellent.
He's online.
Excellent. By the way, what's up, man? Welcome to the party.
Glad I could be here. Glad I could step in, help out with some of the casting.
Yes. I'm sure Rush appreciates it. He's been doing the admin stuff well.
Yes, I was told he's been up very early this morning.
Yes.
Around 6 a.m. his time.
I was up at 4:30. I got up too early on accident. and then I tried to go back to sleep, and then it didn't work, so I was technically up at 4:30.
Nice.
But I have a lot of caffeine in my system, and I am amped for this final for this final 8.
All right, perfect. Let's see. What's the status on starting the games?
Let's see. Do we have bands in yet? Okay, Rush is working on the bands.
All right.
Yeah, so Rush is working on the bands, and then we can discuss their decks. We can even discuss their decks now. Go and check these out. Players. All right. So Cat with the Valko, Stormbringer, Mordark, Puff, and Adrian with the Ravager, Apep, King Puff, Setsu. Have you been watching the whole tournament?
I came in about halfway through the group stages. I did.
Yeah.
Slept in pretty late. I was up all night playing Smash, but I made sure to catch most of the tournament.
Yeah, I heard the new one just came. Dude. But yeah, no, I'm very excited. And we are very thankful to have you.
All right.
Coming in here. So, do you how do you feel? Who do you think might be favored, and why is it Cat? I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Well, just because Cat's won so many tournaments. I'm not I'm not trying to diss Adrian. It's just, historically, Cat tends to crush these tournaments.
Yeah, I would, in my personal opinion, I would say Cat is probably favored here just because I run into Cat many times on the ladder. He usually beats me when it's pretty even versus me and Adrian, and I've yet to beat Cat in any tourney match yet. But, Adrian, he from time to time, he's able to really pull out games, kind of the underdog, he slips through the cracks. So you can't really discount him either.
And he's also a fairly fierce competitor on the ladder as well. Though, like, when I run into Cat, I always straighten my back a bit and try to focus. I'm a pretty I'm not sure if you see my stream, but I tend to have my feet kicked up,
Just laid back, this is a casual, fun game.
I see Cat and I'm like, oh man.
Now I gotta play. I gotta focus.
Yeah. But I tend to do that against all the known grandmasters. Adrian's definitely on that list as well. And I run into you and I'm like, oh, and especially if you're streaming, I'm like, I gotta beat him.
Gotta get that prize fight. But yeah, Cat and Adrian, two very good players. It could go either way.
Oh yes. Yeah, no, I'm very excited. We're just waiting on the bands now, I believe. Looks like Rush was typing in Discord. Okay, so it looks like Adrian bans Valko.
And Cat bans the Ravager.
Yeah, I do not at all blame him for banning that Valko. It has seemed pretty brutal. And Ravager lately just hasn't been very much fun to play against. At least
the Ravager deck, it's been a solid must ban from me for a while now.
Yeah. There's just something about that giant per one push.
Yeah, if you don't have the correct answer, it's just it's not worth it.
Yeah.
It's a very powerful deck to pilot, and it's not too difficult to set up.
No, you in fact, I think a lot of people that do have problems with setting up the Ravager are just too afraid to float their mana.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like it's totally okay to float the mana, just so you make sure you have that push going with the, because really all you're trying to do is dump a bunch of value at the same time.
Yeah, especially if you win on that first push, it doesn't matter how much mana you floated. You're gonna win anyway.
Exactly. I saw Arya. I think it was last King Puff Cup. She floated for like a solid 15 seconds. You know, just waiting for the Ravager to come out, and then she won immediately.
Mm-hmm. All right, looks like we're headed into the game.
Green light, yeah, heading into the game. Excellent, excellent.
It looks like it's Adrian on Setsu and Cat on Mordar.
Yeah, no, Cat's Mordar with the Scrat tank has been so intimidatingly scary this tournament.
Mm-hmm. We'll see. Adrian opens up with the Tantrum Throwers, grab that early bridge control.
Yeah. I expect him to. Oh man.
All right, the bridges are dancing.
Okay, it is fake. Okay. Yeah, the bridge dance is going on right now.
Yeah, Adrian with the illusory cleaver. I don't think he has a real one.
He might want to Scrat tank. No. Okay. He's just gonna play that against it. Oh, dude, such a strong card.
Yeah, I don't think that was the best play there.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have too many amazing plays in hand, but there was another one that looked playing Scrat tank back might have been a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. All right, they're pretty even right now. They're Adrian picking up a slight lead with the XP. That Scrat tank's gonna go hit face for a while since Setsu was not there to defend, but he did play the armored escorts.
Yeah, and it looks like an escort's probably gonna come out of Cat as well, because he has the Tombstone cycle too. He might have been able to get the Scrat tank revived if he had done it immediately. So it looks like he's just looking. I don't know what he's looking to do here. This is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't played armored escorts in a while. I mean, he's had in his hand for a while, rather.
Mm-hmm. Cat's falling a bit behind here. He did manage to catch up in the XP, but they're swapping bridge control. Looks like this one might go late. Who can get the most value out of these armored escorts?
Yeah, no, it's very interesting decision making out of Cat. I'm not saying any of his plays are wrong. They've just been so different than the plays that I potentially would have made. I feel like this Incubus is really messing with him right now.
Mm-hmm. Especially Incubus on face. That is 60 DPS that you have to answer, especially as Mordar.
Yeah, Mordar is oh wow, looks like he's gonna get a Scrat tank back. Let the onslaught begin.
All right, Adrian floating some mana. Floating 2-3 mana right now. That might give Cat the lead he needs. He does play his armored escorts. They both do.
Yeah, no, he has Feather Chopper in hand as well as just playing three
Setsu jumping face.
3 Crystal Sentries together.
Cat blocks it with the Scrat tank. It's not looking good for Adrian here. Cat is a little low in the health pool, but this is a pretty dangerous push going Adrian's way.
I have to say, I kind of like just playing 3, like Crystal Sentry with Armored Escort. It's pretty crazy just having 3 of them on the board. He has Tombstone in hand. It looks like he might throw it out, and maybe potentially get this Scrat tank respawn. But it looks like the Drone Walker. No. Oh, okay, he's going for the Drone Walker. I can't tell. Okay,
Another
there it is.
Scrat tank
respawns again. So big.
That's exactly what Cat wants here.
Yeah, that's the biggest creature in his deck.
Mm-hmm.
Whirling Scrat's also pretty good.
Contests a lot of these units.
Yes.
All right, Setsu jumping right in front.
Just trying to take it out, I guess. Okay, the defensive. But I mean,
again, so not going to be doing a lot here.
Yeah. Not a lot of DPS on these tanky units, anyways. Especially with these 3 Crystal Sentries coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So much DPS coming out of them. It's interesting. Adrian's Crystal Sentries look enraged, but they weren't attacking very fast.
It might have
Okay,
been
okay.
the bug with armored
Oh,
escorts. Oh, but
okay.
this looks
Oh
like the
my
end for
goodness,
Adrian.
triple. Yeah, and it looks like Adrian. I don't. Yeah, I
Concedes
think
right before the
50
finish.
HP. He
Yep.
was lost anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Those armored escorts.
Yeah, dude. Armored escorts have been very difficult to deal with on ladder. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
in all the decks they're running, normally in Stormbringer or and but the primary one is Ravager. People are running them a lot in Ravager, is like a twin Ravager. I mean, a twin armored escort sort of combo deck with that perk one.
Mm-hmm. Because especially, even if you don't win by the first perk, once that Feeding Frenzy kicks in, that's basically 100% uptime on Mana Surge when they're below 50% health. And then
Oh
when both
yeah,
of them stack for that 100% attack speed bonus, they shred through everything.
yeah. No, I mean, I really felt like they were already a pretty good card, but before the buff. But with the extra HP, I mean, that's basically extra damage for them. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like
The extra
getting
HP
extra attacks off. Yeah, so powerful. Probably moving into game two pretty soon. I guess the players are just trying to decide which decks that they want to move into.
Mm-hmm. Adrian without the Setsu, while Cat is now stuck on the Mordar. Alright, Adrian with the APEP. That immunity totem might be good enough.
Yeah, it may be. It may be. I'm not sure what I don't remember exactly what he is running
Mm-hmm.
in his
It's pretty
Apex
much
deck.
almost the same list.
Okay.
Looking for that big armored escort play.
Okay. I see. I see.
Alright, both players with the armored escorts.
Yeah, I love the Zalong. It creates for such complex decisions for your opponent to make, because a lot of times it's kind of like worth it to just like get a Daggerfall or a Dragon Ball on them. I mean, even if it doesn't kill them, just to whittle them down a little bit to make it easier on your creatures at a later point.
Mm-hmm. Adrian floating about 2 mana there. He's starting to fall a bit behind. They are equal on XP though. Let's see, Adrian with the free black hole might be good enough.
Cat floating a little bit there too, but it looks like he might get this Scrat tank back. Whirly Scrat gonna put an end to that problem bottom, but I don't mind him Dragon Balling that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, deny arrest.
The tombstone.
But now he is facing down a Scrat tank and a Whirly. Divine comes down to soak all the damage.
Does he have the DPS to keep the Divine Warrior alive? Man,
I don't think he does.
Killing it.
Mm-hmm. The Whirly Scrat takes out the Tantrum Throwers.
And the Warrior, holy cow, very powerful.
Adrian
Man,
plays
I
his
might just
future
be
present,
copying
I mean
this
future
deck.
past. He gets
Oh.
Aimbot.
Aimbot, okay.
Not the strongest unit, but I mean, it's a normal drone walker with +2 range.
So it's like he's just delaying with that free black hole, buying a little bit of time, cycling to valuable cards.
It is a delay for 6 seconds, which could buy him the time he needs.
Yes. Crystal Sentry respawning, and I have to say, that's not that bad of a respawn.
Yeah, it's really not. Especially
even
with
put a
Mana
tombstone
Surge
down.
active. Right, Cat did hit his perk too with that double tombstone. It's going to start applying a lot of pressure on Adrian, and he does not yet have his immunity totem, so he's going to take a lot of damage here.
Oh yeah, but I now see why he delayed that tombstone a little. Because he didn't want to respawn. The Sentry is definitely a better respawn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. He does have 6 mana on that Crystal Sentry on bottom. What does he defend top with? He might just okay. I forgot that he had that wound up.
Mm-hmm. So let's see, Adrian around 1,000 health, but it is Mordar. He could toss that Dragon Ball face if he has the opportunity to for a lot of damage.
Yeah. I mean, but being at 864 health, I mean that's pretty risky. You know, he's gonna be hard pressed to find an opportunity for that.
He did already play his immunity totem. Down to 250 health here. I don't think he'll be able to afford that face damage.
No, he's gonna have to use that defensive, probably.
And a Scrat Tank res.
Oh, that's
Looking
just
really bad
brutal.
for Adrian.
I mean, Adrian's completely safe here to just use, just to pop armored escorts. It looks like he's gonna daggerfall top. Not quite ready to do it yet.
Let's see, Cat about to hit perk 3. Ooh, that Scrat Tank hitting face. He has the totem to stall for about 10 seconds, but that is another 300 health he has to work his way through.
So it looks like he timed it again perfectly for the Scrat Tank revive. But at the same time, I did just get black hold. Oh, a Scrat Tank comes out top as well, basically making a Scrat Tank revive guaranteed.
Dead to the Scrat
Tank. Yeah, or just dead. Finishing it off with
DPS it down.
Wow. And dude, this Mordor deck is proven to be very difficult for people to deal with in this tournament. I feel like I might be copying this on the ladder. My ladder tomorrow, either tonight or tomorrow. Looks like a lot of fun. I was joking.
Mordor is my favorite master. Just the value you can just pull out from rezzing minions is so strong.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It really makes up for the weakness of not being able to defend yourself on the back foot.
Mordor's auto attack, as we all know, very bad versus like a lot of big units or just one big single unit. But if you can stall with other minions while Mordor ramps up, that is 10 global damage on, well, not global, but it's 10 damage to every enemy on his side of the field, which does add up pretty fast.
Oh yeah, no, and it's especially good against, like there's been a lot of times where I'm playing as Mordor and somebody plays a Propeller Horde, and I have a sigh of relief because I realize that all I have to do is delay it for a second.
Because Mordor's already spun up, he's just gonna bam bam,
no,
and
exactly.
they're done.
Yeah, and on the reverse end of that, it always feels really bad having Propeller Horde in my deck when I am against the Mordor, because I know that I can only really use it defensively, which makes me sad because a lot of times it just gives free wins.
It does. Or if you have a stun versus the Mordor, reset his auto attack, because he does take a long time to start winding up.
3, 4.
Well, let's see.
5,
Adrian now down Apep
1.
and Setsu. And the Ravager. That leaves him with the final pick. And Cat still has 2 other Masters.
Minion Masters.
All right.
Let's go.
Stuck on the Mordor again, but this Mordor deck, man, it seems rather intimidating. Let's see how the King Pup can deal with it if he can get to that perk 2 and really just power through with value.
Yeah, KP, as we all know, that power spike at perk 2 is insane. And Cat's Mordor does not have issue taking bridge control.
No, not at all. I mean, like in Cat's deck, I mean, his perk 2 burst is also rather incredible. With the extra tomb, the extra res, I mean, that's another Scrat Tank, potentially, or Whirly Scrat, or whatever respawns. But he's been so intelligent about the way that he's been positioning the respawns, saving
as long as
that,
he can res something.
That tombstone for the proper moment, rather than just chucking it down.
All right, looks like Adrian running the
Oh, interesting.
very aggressive combo, Rammer Dragon Ball.
Preferring to use the tombstone as a defensive method rather than going for the value on the respawn. I can't say I disagree with that. That's a really good idea.
Can't.
Rammer Dragon Ball is very intimidating.
Blocks a lot of face damage.
Ooh, big dagger
Cat
fall
with the
there.
dagger fall, yep. Let's see. If Adrian can play fast enough, though, the Rammer Dragon Ball might be what he needs to cut down on this Mordor.
Yeah,
Mordor
may
wants
have
to go late.
A tombstone. He may have to save a tombstone every single time. At least one tombstone for all those units.
And that drone buzzer's retargeted to the Zhao, so they didn't die in vain.
Yeah, no, I was about to say that's a rather unfortunate situation for those drone buzzers with the Scrat Tank there. All right, waiting until the last second to pop his armored escorts on the very
Cat
small
going to
off
rest the
chance
Scrat Tank.
that he forgot. that he had a real cleaver in his deck or something.
Mhm. All right, Cat does play his Armored Escort and Drone Walker.
Ooh, very good Screaming Scrat there.
Very good pull. Not
Wow,
even a
he
single
got
hit.
so much value out of that one cost minion. Absolutely
Adrian
incredible.
can't stop this entire push though with the Divine Warrior.
Yeah, it also dragged the Dragon Wall, saved some damage from that onto one of the Crystal Sentries. Ooh, that's pretty scary though. Propel the Horde. Oh, actually, no. Like I said before, he's playing his Mordor right now. So Propel the Horde really, you know, Adrian's using it completely properly as a defensive card because it will just die to Mordor.
And with the shields, they're not dead to Daggerfall either. Oh, and like I said, as soon as those shields got popped off, Daggerfall came down.
Yeah. And Armored Escort, the unit that should be melee, taking on the defensive chopper there. I'm not saying that it should be a melee. So tanky for a ranged unit. Feels really bad playing defensive chopper into it because it's just like it feels like it's the right play, but you know that it's not.
Let's see, Adrian is slightly ahead though in the XP game. His perk 3 might let him trade better. Ooh, that does not look like the best spot for a rammer.
No, it did get one hit off though, and he took out one of those respawns. It looks like this Propeller Horde will be able to take out a Whelp before it goes down. A little bit of extra value there.
And can't pull ahead in XP.
Yeah.
Could be anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, no, it really could be. I mean, just because King Puff's perk 2 is so powerful.
Every 4 to 5 mana minion he plays is going to be worth a lot more. But Vengeful Dead is coming in Cat's perk 3, and that 50% in attack speed and movement speed might be strong enough to deal with it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's in my opinion strong King Puff's perk 3. Just because King Puff's perk 3, you know, it isn't really so much a value thing, as much as a you know, like get yourself to Mana Frenzy thing. Ooh. Those respawns just look so terrifying.
Those Crystal
oh
Sentries with the 100% attack speed bonus.
Destroyed. Okay, yeah, again, like Adrian, you know, like doing it the right way, playing that card completely defensively, but with the Crystal Sentries on the Mana Frenzy, not the Mana Frenzy, the
Adrian floating a little bit of mana here. That might make him lose the game. Cat is pulling ahead towards Mana Frenzy as well. Oh, another Crystal Sentry on face. He does get immune though.
Okay. Oh, Scrat Tank here is going to be really brutal. Yeah.
And that's a really big push going down bottom, and he won't have the immunity for it.
And Adrian's pretty low right now. I mean, the invulnerability might actually come in clutch because of his HP. Now, basically the way he's going to need to get into this game is hold on to that top bridge. But sometimes holding on to that bridge could be a trap too, because your opponent could just make it neutral and then you'll die.
And Cat is only 25 XP away from Mana Frenzy, while Adrian's at 60 XP away. And at 205 HP, he is dead to a couple cycles of Daggerfall, if Cat can pull it off.
Yeah, and it's looking like Cat's pretty close to Mana Frenzy, and I think that Adrian surrendered there.
Adrian conceded, realizing Mana Frenzy was on the way and there was nothing he could do.
Alright.
So Cat with the 3-0 Adrian.
Oh, dude, that was pretty intense there, man.
Goes to show the power of Mordor Res. Probably would have been different had he not banned the Ravager. Ravager is a very aggressive deck. Might have been able to really beat out the Mordor before he could get his own defensive options going, getting the tombstones perk 1 and 2.
Oh yeah. I think that earlier I was mixing up perks 2 and 3. I apologize for that.
Oh, no worries.
I'm sure the community noticed. But yeah, no, dude, that Mordar deck, man. I'm not looking forward to facing, like facing that deck every other game on the next week. Everybody's gonna be practicing with it, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. Especially, but that Snow's Giving tournament, that is a wild card event.
Oh yes, that is gonna be exciting. I'm actually participating in it. It's a really exciting tournament. Huge winnings, absolutely crazy.
Mm-hmm. Top prize is what, $2,500? And it could really be anyone's game. Wild cards, as we know, really change the way the game is played.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's gonna be a tournament full of cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Who is up next, anyway? Let's see.
I believe it's Engineer Gandalf the Pink versus Video Gamer.
Okay, I can spectate either one of them. Which do you have a preference?
I could spectate Video Gamer.
All right, I will spectate Engineer Gandalf the Pink.
Mm-hmm.
Love saying that name.
One
day I need to ask him what the origin story of that is.
It's just full of information. You got Engineer as the title. You got Gandalf. You're like, oh, Lord of the Rings, and then the Pink, and now you're just what?
You're just like, why is it pink?
Just in 4 words, you're taken on a journey.
Yes. Absolutely excellent. Here, let's see. I think we're getting some more information as far as what's going. Yes, Rush reaffirming that Gamer versus Engineer, and he has the bans coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Gandalf bans Ratbow, Video Gamer bans Stormbringer. I do not at all blame, once again, I sound like a broken record, but Video Gamer's Ratbow is absolutely terrifying. And Video Gamer banning Stormbringer. Very interesting. I don't remember what Gandalf Stormbringer was looking like. I'm going to look at that deck.
Especially as we know, Video Gamer's Ratbow deck was really cleaning up in the last tournament. It was absolutely disgusting.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, it only fell to Cat's Falco, and Falco's already really good against it, and it fell to Cat's Falco in the finals, and afterwards, Cat was just like, I wasn't sure if my Falco was gonna win there. It's such a powerful deck.
Mm-hmm. Ratbow, as we all know, really doesn't have to worry about bridge control with those bonus scrats, so you can really focus on one lane.
Go ahead and take a look at the Stormbringer deck and see why it was banned. So. Elite, Scrat Pack, Screaming Scrat, Elite Swarmer, Crystal Archers, Curse Bearer, Plasma Spire, Spirit Throwers, Divine Warriors. Oh, the Scrat Launcher deck.
Ooh.
Yes. Very interesting. What was he? I wonder, trying to put out in front of it, but Scrat Launcher could be terrifying. I guess Video Gamer just didn't want to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Scrat Launcher was buffed in the previous patch to what, 400 health?
Yes.
I don't think it received a damage boost.
No, it didn't. It still lasts the same amount, but if left to its devices, it does about 1,000 damage. And by about, I mean exactly.
Yeah, if a Scrat Launcher can go off for the full duration 3 times, you win. And at 400 health, as you said, it lasts the same amount of time, but it's a lot harder to deal with.
Yes. Oh yeah, no, exactly. And in Stormbringer, you can play it a little bit farther back. Once that perk 2 happens, to keep it even safer. It is possible, even if you're not Stormbringer, to play it out of range in the middle from like a Prowler jump or Plasma Marine shots. Because you don't have to play it right up to the edge. You can, if you play it right at max range, you can play it out of range. I'm not sure if a lot of players know that. I think it was Worm that taught me that.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to play it right on the edge of the arena. Very solid, and yeah, that +2 range means it's basically untouchable.
Yes. No. Yeah. No. Exactly. As long as he plays it at the, which I'm assuming he will, considering he's engineer Gandalf the Pink.
Mhm.
I love
Engineer,
saying
it's
that.
in the name. He should know measurement.
Yeah. He should.
All right, and are you spectating Gandalf?
I am currently spectating Gandalf. Do we have a spectate from our streamer as well?
Let's find out. Waiting for Rush to confirm.
Nell or Joe, are you spectating one or the other? He is on Video Gamer. Okay, excellent.
All right, perfect.
So we are green light. Getting ready to get into this game. You said you were on Video Gamer as well, right?
I am. Let's see. I do know Video Gamer for... I've known him a lot longer than Gandalf the Pink. Video Gamer's played in, I think, more tourneys, but they're both really solid players. So it could go either way.
Yes. Video Gamer is obviously a bigger name. You know, he's a big streamer. He's done a lot of tournaments. But, you know, when I bump into Gandalf on the ladder, I definitely back and focus. You know what I mean? He's not he's not like somebody I could just, you know, kick back and play against.
Mm-hmm.
I have no. In fact, I believe he's beaten me more than I've beaten him. He's definitely a fantastic player.
And it looks like we have the King Puff mirror matchup. Who is the true king?
Yes, Video Gamer obviously known for streaming his King Puff. I totally agree with Gandalf here to just let King Puff deal with that Storm Lord.
Morgirl doesn't have too much DPS, only what, like 20 something damage a second? He does attack pretty slow.
Definitely. You know, also, you know, like in King Puff versus King Puff, it's really about who gets perk 2 first that generally wins. And I love that he played Scrat Tank against that Prowler. Some people in chat might not know, but the Prowler's Leap does not give bonus damage against Scrat Tank unless he's already in melee range or something.
The Prowler does have to deal with that immunity.
Alright, setting it with Fire Imp. I mean, Video Gamer has to assume that he's about to play melee in front. It's going to be Swarm Lord. Or not. Interesting. So it looks like he just... Oh, okay. Oh, brilliant. He swaps away. I was
Video Gamer wasn't fast enough
there for a second, trying to figure out the decision. But he had swap cycle too. Interesting. Very fantastic timing on that.
The Zhao just sat right outside of KP's range, let it take out one spear thrower. Ooh, Gandalf pulling ahead with the XP. He will probably hit perk 2 first.
Yeah. Looks like he's gonna take bottom bridge with the Scrats. All right. Defensive chopper top. I'm sorry. Bottom. Defensive chopper bottom.
Blastmancer going.
Looks like he's gonna go ahead and take on the Blastmancer with his Fire Imp. I wouldn't be terribly surprised to see a Dragon Ball in this Fire Imp just because it's a lot of damage and also take top bridge. But it looks like he's gonna focus on bottom and then assassinate. I do not see a Video Gamer's hand. I'm just trying to make judgments.
He does have Dragon Ball in weight. He does have 2 activators and Prowler. Yeah. But with the Zhao on the field, he won't have time. And doing the entire combo is 9 mana. He might not have the mana to save for it.
Ooh, Video Gamer doing a fantastic pile up there.
Both players
Video Gamer
at perk
known
2.
for his piling up. I have it's one of the hardest things I have with Video Gamer. A lot of times I just sort of I've learned against Video Gamer. He sort of taught me playing against him that I'm a lot of times better off letting it get closer on my side rather than fighting for a bridge. It's just it sort of taught me that safe path, which isn't always the right play, but he sort of conditioned me to do that when I play against him. Because he's so good at those pile-ups on the bridge.
Let's see, both players with about equal amounts of XP here. Video Gamer with a pretty large health lead of 800. He does have the Blastmancer Dragon Ball for face damage. It could be what he needs to take this game. Just get that slight chip damage the longer the game goes on.
Ooh, that swap is interesting, but I don't know if the defensive, I mean the Scrat Tank is gonna have enough DPS to make it worth it. Gandalf looking like he's sitting pretty heavy on the back foot here. Video Gamer slightly ahead in XP. They both have perk 2, you know, but I don't remember if Video Gamer got it first. I missed that moment.
No, I think it was Gandalf with a slight lead on the perk 2. But I think Video Gamer's units were shielded more on average, which is kind of what you want.
Yeah, it's definitely situational, but like, yeah, in these situations, definitely. You know, especially with Daggerfall in the deck of Gandalf, you know, like if he wants any kind of you know like any value out of that card, not have it just sitting in his hand doing nothing. But it looks like Gandalf is setting up for a pretty big push here. This Prowler gets swapped away, but now that's pretty scary.
Oh, doesn't.
Okay, he's gonna put some extra DPS on that. He wants to Morgul there, but
Prowler
lands on face and Dragon Ball
face. That's it. Wait.
Oh, it's not it.
Hits the Swarmer, left at 8 health.
Just barely 8 HP. So yeah,
Gandalf could hold the bridge. He has perk 3 as an option.
You're right. He has the invulnerability. He's technically not out of it yet, but it's gonna be a fight. And I mean, look at the amount of damage he has on Video Gamer right now. He might want to just play Scrat Tank there, right here, right now. I mean, he can't. Oh, this Blastmancer.
The Blastmancer finishes.
Yeah. The Blastmancer ending the game. Oh, epic finish. I know. I keep saying defensive chopper instead of Scrat Tank. I see your comment there, Smoshi.
The Blastmancer, the unsung hero, got many procs. You know, 20 global damage doesn't seem like a whole lot, but it keeps stacking up, especially when you can get it on multiple units in succession.
Yes. Yeah, it definitely adds up. All right, getting into game 3.
Gandalf swapping to pretty in pink Mordor.
All right, well, I mean, it makes sense. It's a pink wizard looking thing, right?
And I would say the Stixie that Gandalf is running in this Mordor list, pretty spicy. It does one-shot most of the multi-unit cards that Video Gamer is running, as long as they don't get shields from perk 2.
That's a really interesting point. You know what's interesting? You know, like when I first saw that Stixie was coming out with that buff, I suppose, to where it does bonus damage to larger units because its downtime is quite shorter, but they kind of nerfed it in another way, and the way that, in my opinion, it became nerfed was it's a lot easier to deal. It's a lot easier to deal with.
Video Gamer
it's way less awkward. Yeah, I know he saved the Stixie with a swap. I noticed that.
Prowler does take care of it though.
It's a lot less awkward to get the timing on it to pull to wait for its invisibility to come out. Blastmancer is fantastic here. It keeps Gandalf from getting the top bridge with those scrats. But he had it anyways.
Gandalf already down around 1200 health. Tranquil She-Hoot working on those dragon whelps.
Ooh, very close. So it looks like Zhao Wang is going to be the respawn here.
It's going to die to the KP.
Yes. Okay, but he doesn't want to grab the bridge of Screaming Scrat until after Zhao Long dies. Okay, there we go.
And Zhao, not a bad res. It does challenge the Dragon Ball.
Yes, and Stixie is in hand again, and Stixie is very strong against a lot of the right now. Killing Spear Throwers in one hit.
Video Gamer does have the Dragon Ball in hand to answer the Stixie, though.
Oh, okay. It looks like Gandalf recognizes that and is opting against playing it.
Goes for a Crystal Sentry Scrat Tank. Dipping to 1500 health here.
Yeah, no, and you know, like King Puff at perk 2. And this is when the game becomes strong. It's very impressive. You know, like getting this power off. I know Video Gamer hates playing against Mordor. He said it before. I've heard him say it. Ooh, but that enraged Prowler is pretty terrifying.
The Prowler does get stunted by that Screaming Scrat, though. Walks all the way.
Oh,
Tranquil
the Tranquil
She-Who.
She-Who gets
The
full
massive
value out of
shield.
himself. I expect a Stixie to come down now that the Dragon Ball's gone off. Kill it. Tranquil She-Who continues to get value. What an insane
Massive
turn
healing.
of events. Oh, if it had survived again, I would have probably screamed a little bit and apologized to the stream.
Stixie getting a ton of value here.
Holy cow, and it survives. Going back invisible soon, but the
Gets
the
one
Morgul
shot
will
off.
take it out. Tranquil She-Who coming out here, probably going to get even more value out. Moving across the bridge at full HP is very likely in this situation.
The hardest
Especially
part of
with
using the
Outlaw backing
Tranquil
up.
is getting full value out of that heal, and Gandalf is doing that very well here.
You can tell he's been practicing that. Looks like Zalong's coming back again, which isn't necessarily the worst, respawn, depending on what's in Video Gamer's hand. Ooh. Oh, that explosion is going to be so good.
Takes out the Prowler. Video Gamer dipping
I love
below
it.
900 health here.
So he's going for the That was a very good Dragon Ball. If I do say myself, so say so myself. Against
Denies a res.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that res would have been something that he definitely wasn't going to want to deal with. Okay, and he's timing these Stixies very nicely though.
Yep, wait for that Dragon Ball to be played so it can't be contested.
Yeah, the way the
I think
cycle's
Video
working
Gamer
out
knows.
is it's Dragon Ball into two creatures that Stixie is great against.
And I think Video Gamer knows he's gonna have to start playing very aggressive with that Dragon. Otherwise, these reses are gonna stop him.
I'm surprised he didn't play Tranquil She-Who there bottom. It might have worked out, but it was kind of a risk.
Oh, here comes the Dragon Ball.
here comes
Takes
the
out the
Dragon Ball.
Stixie.
Yeah, the mana is increasing now, but it looks like that he's gonna get a Scrat Tank back, assuming that top one doesn't die. No, well, in fact, the top one might just run out of HP before anything. Actually, looks like the Dragon Ball is gonna go down. Excellent.
Frenzied Whelp, not bad. 75 DPS and what, 8 move speed?
And that Stixie, dude. I'm just loving watching it go off on the Spirit Throwers. Spirit Throwers gotta be one of the best things for Stixie to go off on as far as the value of the unit.
Ooh, Assassin getting pretty close to Mordar's face.
But Mordar did get it pounded out there. Ooh,
Gandalf is looking pretty low though. Dragon Ball face from Video Gamer could be the play.
Oh, you're totally right. I mean, he is slamming pretty quick, but the Screaming Scrat's gonna make that difficult. Dixie respawns, which is absolutely fantastic here. He may even just use the okay. I thought he might have used the Tombstone bottom just as a tank for his bottom units, but he's opting for value respawn.
Frenzied Stixie is pretty powerful. It does increase his depression time. Gets taken
very
care of though.
interesting.
They're both pretty low, 513 to 370, but Gamer does have that Dragon Ball face.
Dixie in hand again into the Spirit Throwers. That's gotta be so frustrating for Video Gamer. Oh,
Ooh, 220. That's two
yeah,
cycles
dude,
of Dragon Ball.
this is such a close match. Holy cow! Both their HP being so low. Video Gamer having the invulnerability. And Video Gamer will more than likely hit Nana Frenzy first if it gets to that. The Prowler coming in, killing out the Fire Imp, Frenzied Fire Imp coming in, Scrat Tank on face.
Gamer's
He needs
face.
invulnerability.
He can't get on the bridge.
Can't get on the bridge. Oh, he gets on the bridge. He could Screaming Scrat, and he does. He chooses to Screaming Scrat, and the game is over.
Gandalf takes it. Screaming Scrat to remove the immunity.
What an epic match, man. That was absolutely amazing. Dude, it's looking like Mordar is these guys are making us feel like Mordar should be more see it as often as I used to.
That's
But it looks
Stixie
like
paying off quite well, removing so many of Gamer's units as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I know it's easier said than done. but a video gamer had the opportunity at any point, which I wasn't I'm not sure if he did, but to try and switch the cycle to where he waited for Stixie to die and then played Spirit Throwers, because the Spirit Throwers were just getting mangled by that Stixie. So much value came out of it. You know, the Spirit Throwers could have gotten so much more value.
And the depression buff didn't even play into it. Had gamers' units gotten more shields, it would have made a much bigger difference.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
So he's
But
just gonna let
this
them go
is
face and then
gamers'
play scrap that.
Melloween. The Melloween with Beam of Doom, Wheel of Doom to answer the Stixie.
Oh, that's a really good idea. The Wheel of Doom on it. I'm trying to think. Oh, the Scrat Tank could block though, if he has the mana. I assume Video Gamer will attempt to time it properly. He may have been able to Stixie bottom and save that Tranquil, but at the same time, it was definitely a risk, because if it had gotten backed up, it could have been in an even worse situation.
Gandalf is taking a bit of damage early though, down 500. And these are both two masters that love to go late.
Yes. Ooh. Just taking out, dude. If he had waited a second longer, obviously easier said than done. But if he had waited a second longer, he might have been able to get both of those there. But before the respawn on the Fire Imp could have happened.
Beam of Doom comes down.
Oh my goodness, dude! For a second there, I was like, wait a second.
The Tranquil almost healed. You know? Almost healed right through it.
Healing through the Beam of Doom.
I am okay. Nothing is wrong.
Yeah, no, I had a moment there. I was just like, wait, have I seen this interaction before? This doesn't live, does it? It almost did.
With the Spirit Infusion, maybe, Spirit Vessel, some extra healing, it might be enough to heal through the Beam of Doom. And Gandalf does have a good answer to the golems.
Yes, he does, with the Scrat Tank. And he has the Fire Imp, but the Fire Imp's probably gonna go down. Oh, the Screaming Scrat, but the Fire Imp gets respawned anyways. Tranquil Shoe probably coming in top. Yep. Unfortunately, not quite in time to save some of the HP on the Fire Imp, but Fire Imp has such a small amount of HP.
Gamer holds off and playing the Wheel of Doom. Tranquil with 420 HP will break it.
Yeah, opting to take some damage on that that Curse Bear, rather than taking some damage on face from the Fire Imp.
Both players have an equal amount of XP.
Ooh, very, very close to that thing dying. Depression time is going to definitely come into account here. I'm expecting Scrat Tank bottom, probably. All right, another thing.
2 tombstones.
Very interesting. Beam of Doom there is actually a very fantastic. I love that.
It does remove 8 mana's worth of value.
Ooh!
Barely saves the Stixie.
Dude, that
Stops
moment when you're confident enough in the HP totals that you block Arcade Missile with a Fire Imp.
Another tombstone is active. Reses the Dragon Whelp, not a bad res.
Ooh, nice. I love it. The Screaming Scrat taking out the Stixie. And now the Zhao Long should allow this Tranquil Shield. Oh, maybe not. Stixie maybe be able to take this out. I doubt that he's gonna Daggerfall that.
Takes out a Scrap, but that should. Oh, Beam of Doom coming down
again. I really love that play. That's a really good idea. Being able to take out the tomb at the same time.
You do only lose one mana on that trade, and Stixie does threaten a lot more loss.
Yeah, I mean, Video Game are really respecting the respawns, man. Like, spending a Beam of Doom on that is rather interesting.
Gamer almost to perk 3. Wheel of Doom.
Wow.
Sacrifices his own minions to deal with the Fire Imp and the Crystal Sentry. Scorched animal if I've ever seen him. Perk 3 from Gamer coming up. Those golems are going to be starting to become a threat.
Oh yeah, no, you're totally right. Yeah, no, Melloween late game is absolutely. I fully expect a Beam of Doom to be coming out on this Stixie, but maybe not. Okay,
Ops to
Beam of Doom bottom.
face.
Just to get rid of a respawn plus 300 base damage. I have to say, I think that's a wonderful idea. The Stixie does just respawn here.
He did
He might
kill it
sentry
for
here
free.
just for a little extra HP. But yeah, he opts to do it. Unfortunately, the
does
fire
cycle
rate
to
still
his other
goes
golem.
down. And the
Golem on 10 health. It's gonna die here.
the faster depression time definitely came into account there against that arcane goal.
Double
It
tombstones
looks like he's gonna
ready
get
to
another
res.
Stixie on the board, and this is when it becomes. Oh, he could have blocked that. Oh, it reses anyways.
2 Stixies on the field.
Yes, that is always never.
This
what
is
you
not
wanna
looking
see.
good for Video Gamer.
Not at all. Looks like arcane missile. Yeah, not Stixie, but I mean, these Stixies respawning with the increased attack speed is also terrifying. Video Gamer needs to cycle back to these arcane golems as fast as possible to get the Milloween, value.
He has to keep applying pressure. He is 35 XP away from Mana Frenzy. He might not be able to win yet, but that bonus mana generation might be what he needs to take it.
And he almost didn't get something out of that bottom tombstone, but it ended up happening anyway. So a little victory count. That Beam of Doom that just keeps going face though.
Gamer throwing it face. Gandalf with 450 HP, and he has Wheel of Doom.
That was actually a brilliant Tranquil Shihu on. He knew that they were probably going to take out the Fire Imp, so he played it to defend and then it moved out in front of the Fire Imp as well. Very nice play by Gandalf. Ooh, that was a really cool.
Gamer looking for lethal.
And at 300 HP, Arcane Missile into Beam of Doom. What a fight, dude! These matches have been amazing.
Gandalf was looking good, but he lost too much health in the beginning. It set him up to get burned down over time.
Ooh, man.
That's something you always have to be wary of when someone's running Beam of Doom. It's 10% of your health every time it hits face.
Yeah, and I think it landed on face like 4 times.
If he had the opportunity, he took it. He was beaming Tombstone.
Yeah, no, Video Gamer showing everybody that Beam of Doom is not a dead card.
Gandalf swap into the Rat Bow.
It seems to be a very similar rat bow to the rat bow Video Gamer plays. I mean, I might just be saying that because he's Doom.
It's Wheel of Doom Rat Bow. It's the
Wheel of
only
Doom
Rat Bow
Bow.
list.
Yeah, Video Gamer's list. All right, so really good Divine Warrior taught by Video Gamer. Really just shuts down that bridge. But Gandalf does retain bottom bridge.
And it is good to note that Gandalf does not have any minions really worth beaming. All the minions he has are below 4 mana, excluding the Divine Warrior, but that doesn't die to beam.
No, that's true. That's actually a really good point. That's gonna make Beam of Doom next to a dead card. Unless, I mean, Beam of Doom is basically all it's gonna be for is finishing the game. If he gets Gandalf down to 300, there's gotta be quite the pileup to make it worth it.
With this Rat Bow list, it is looking to play a lot of minions in cycle.
So interesting. I actually had never interaction. I didn't know that it killed level 0 Arcane on the head. I mean, I could have done the math. I just hadn't watched it. So it looks like he
misses a beam.
Beam of Doomed. He tried to Beam of Doom the Zalong with the Rat Bow.
And you couldn't see it, but he pings thumbs up.
Oh, the poor guy.
7 mana down the drain. That's gonna set him back.
And Zalong. That's gonna hurt. Though he has won after missing a beam.
And Ratbow already at perk 2. That Daka's looking to contest any minion he plays. Gamer too slow with the Divine.
What a beautiful Daka. Yeah, Video Gamer tried. I'm not sure. That was a really good Daka. A very valuable target to hit with that.
If you can remove those golems for free, that's really gonna set Gamer back.
Oh yeah.
Especially as Gandalf continues to take bridge control here.
Yes, I mean Gandalf is 81 to 55 on XP. I mean Rappo in general should be, right? One of Rappo's greatest strengths is bridge control after all. Screaming
A lot of
Scrat
people don't
almost
really like Rappo's perks, but those extra scrats, they add up. They are bodies.
Yes, I think Rappo's main weakness might be 2v2. I think in 1v1 he has, I mean, so much extra power because you can really manipulate those scrats for bridge control nicely. You can also block cleaver hits if a cleaver gets to your face. I mean, Rappo basically makes cleaver a dead card in your opponent's deck.
Yeah, those extra scrats. And perk 3 is coming up here. 2 scrats going each way. It's gonna let Gandalf just contest one lane and not even have to worry about bridge control on the other one.
Divine Warrior here is really good top. I'm trying to think the other card he's gonna play. He didn't really have a nice. What did he Daka? He Daka the Warrior in his face there.
He did.
I heard the Daka, but I didn't see the Daka.
Gandalf does have Divine Warrior Undying.
With the Zhao Long out there. He considered it for a second. Ooh, would have gotten blocked by Divine Warrior, it looks like. Video Gamer played it out front anyways. If he had had the mana for it.
Gandalf with the perk 3. He has a 45 XP lead.
Oh, and yeah, no, the perk 3 on Rappo is absolutely overwhelming. If your opponent doesn't have something like a Soul punish it.
And I don't think he does.
Yeah, in fact, that's one of the main reasons why I have a hard time playing with Rappo personally. Oh, Whirly Scrat's a block for the what a fantastic block. So the Whirly Scrat is
the whole 300.
Got a little bit of extra value afterwards as well.
But, I think that might be good enough to sack it. It is an even trade.
Yeah, going back to what I was going to say before, I have a hard time. Rappo is one of my worst classes because if I ever run into a class that runs, you know, a Soul Stealer, Spirit Mancer, Blast Mancer, I just feel like I can't win the game. But these top tier players are really good, and they have learned to Daka those units and like time that really well and play around it nicely. Still very difficult.
Gamer with the double golems here. He's trying to catch up, and those golems are going to be the way to do it.
Ooh.
It's not looking good for Gamer here.
No, it's not. I mean,
Gandalf 45 XP away from Mana Frenzy.
Man. As a Zerg player in StarCraft, I can really appreciate this gameplay. The Zhao Long barely living. I think that had to go through a scrap before I got to him. Maybe that was a Spear Thrower.
Video Gamer with the perk 3 coming up. Those golems are going to be a lot bigger, but with the sheer number of scrats, they just don't have the DPS to deal with it.
Yeah, and the Arcane Golem has a rather slow attack speed, so it's still potentially very difficult. Quite a push coming here, but I mean, like if he can deal with these Arcane Golems, he's gonna push out heavy. So these Arcane Golems are looking like they're kind of a pain in the butt for him to deal with here. All right, looks like Doc is coming out on that one. There it comes.
Both bridges are Gandalf's. He's 20 XP away from Mana Frenzy. This might be it for Video Gamer.
Yeah, no, it's looking pretty scary. Rappo in Mana Frenzy is basically an unstoppable force. Obviously there are exceptions, but man, like just having like a never-ending horde of swarm just moving across the board. Every single creature that you play, and people generally play Rappo's creature decks, just really just swarms across the board, and it's so hard to deal with.
What Video Gamer might want to try doing is play the Arcane Golems in the back. Keep them on his side of the field as long as possible. Get
so
multiple
they build up. That's a great idea. Rather than trying to be aggressive with them, get a buildup of Arcane Golems, because the cycle is much faster than it was in the beginning of the game, and then just create this really powerful push.
Because until these golems hit level 10, they're gonna get stuck on a lot of units.
And that Daka was not on the unit that he wanted it to. He wanted it on cycle
But
out.
Gandalf with the Mana
But,
Frenzy.
I mean, yeah, Mana Frenzy Rappo. You guys are about to see what it looks like. It is not going to look fun for Video Gamer. But
And if Video Gamer's too slow, that Daka's going right to face.
oh yeah, so it's very very difficult for Video Gamer to be patient here because of the Daka. Yeah, and Daka just killing that Zhao Long. Swarm just coming, just beating on those bridges, making it impossible for Video Gamer to get them back and get a Mana Frenzy of his own. And I believe it's just over here. He could Daka face. GG.
Gandalf with the GGWP.
All right. What a match, man.
Showing the power of Ratbow. It makes tech cards like Blastmancer all the more required.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I run Soul Stealer in a lot of my decks. You know, just because of situations that you might run over Succubus. A lot of people play Succubus in the situations where I play Soul Stealer. Fun fact. Missed Daggerfall. Fun fact. A Soul Stealer with 3 kills will 1v1 a Succubus, assuming it's still at full HP. At 2 kills, it goes equal.
Video Gamer did swap to the Volko, his final master. It should be favored versus the Ratbow because of Burn the Bridges.
Yes, and in fact, this is sort of reminiscent of when Video Gamer's Rappo lost to Cat, lost to Cat's Volko.
Gandalf might be wanting to go late, but Volko's looking to finish it as fast as possible.
Because Volko's auto attack and Burn the Bridges are fantastic against Rappo. A lot of times they're really trying to like push
going to be annoying, but it might not be enough.
Dixie?
Oh, the Zhao, that's what I mean.
Okay. I was just like, wait a second, what did I miss?
Yeah, there we go. The Zhao Long.
Okay, yeah.
Volko, as we know, can't hit flying units, and he's running Propeller Scrats and the Zhao.
Yes, so he has to make sure that he's ever bridge. He has to make sure in hand, ready to deal with it. Otherwise, I mean, like even Propeller Scrats. I mean, that damage adds up. I mean, you can't do
30 DPS
for very long. Yeah. All right, so it's looking like Gandalf is holding on to the bridges rather nicely, actually.
He's maintaining that lead.
Yeah, no, he's doing a really good job against Volko, which, in my opinion, counters Rappo a lot of the time. That being said, once Video Gamer gets to perk 2, I think it's perk 2. Oh, dude, those Dockers are so good, though. I was about to say, a lot of times, I think that Volko's perk 2 is, in this situation, better than Daka. You know, but man, Gandalf is just doing such good work with those Dakas. But Burn the Bridges is going to be great against Spirit Thrower. It's going to be great against a lot of situations that that are presented.
Yeah, Burn the Bridges is 200 damage over that lifetime, and most of these units are too slow to actually escape it.
Yeah, and he has Divine Warrior and Screaming Strat in his deck to sort of hold those units there, right? You could put your Divine Warrior at the edge of it and force the unit to stay, or you can play Burn the Bridge Screaming Strat and force those units to stay. On that note, the Daggerfall catching that Screaming Strat, rather unfortunate for Gandalf in that moment.
Gets Burn the Bridges, plays it immediately just to remove some scrats. That's a real cleaver coming down.
Ooh, but against Rappo, wow! Oh wow, that's rather unfortunate for Video Gamer having a cleaver in his deck. But I feel like he felt as though running Volko, would make up for the weakness. But so far, this is looking pretty difficult for Video Gamer.
Yeah, as a defensive card, that cleaver will never cross the bridge and get to face.
Oh, it'll never get to face. It's only going to be a defensive. But against what? I mean, there isn't much that it could be used against except for Curse Bear. But you know, Curse Bearer isn't that high of a DPS unit.
If anything, the cleaver is going to lose more damage.
Exactly, it's going to lose value. Man, if that was a real cleaver. Oh!
Locks the wheel with the cleaver.
Okay. He found her. He found a you. It looks like this fire is going to make it across the bridge.
But it works.
Yes.
Gandalf is only at 1300 HP here. If Video Gamer can maintain that bridge control, he could ping him down.
If he had gotten that Divine Warrior off a little bit earlier, it saved the Zhao Long and made the burn the bridges a little bit useless there. And by useless, I mean not useless, but get punished by the Zhao Long.
Gandalf dropping his 700 health. He's only within 12 pings from Volko now.
Oh man. Yeah, and Gandalf is in that situation. He has perk 3, and it's going to be so difficult for Video Gamer to just to get Mana Frenzy, to even get perk 3, you know, before he gets Mana Frenzy, because he's going to be able to hold the bridges so easily. Because every time he plays a creature, 2 creatures go out to each bridge to grab them.
And Daggerfall here is a lot of face damage. It's 150 for 3 mana.
Daka on this cleaver is, I mean, unneeded, but I mean, like he doesn't have too many Daka. And it's a free card. And Cleaver is probably, you know, like even a quarter HP left in the Cleaver is still a fantastic.
Divine does not sit on the bridge. Dagger going face. Video Gamer is playing cards. He's looking for those pings.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Gandalf being so close to Mana Frenzy, but look at his HP. He has to get a hold of that top bridge. It's actually like all of a sudden, you know, I look up and I'm pretty sure he loses. GG. Holy cow! I'm like the whole time I'm like, that is shocking. That was absolutely incredible. I mean, I guess Video Gamer was just like focusing on that top bridge. I mean, I totally missed that situation. I totally misread it.
You don't need bridge control or XP advantage if you can just keep pinging face.
Yeah.
Volko is the Smork master. He's only looking at face.
I mean that was I mean like showing the power of that sort of like part of Volko. I mean, every time he played a card, well, he had that bridge. Ever since his perk 1, was doing 60 damage to face. You know, and that it just added up over time. That's really impressive. What a game, man. And these finals are always so interesting.
I mean, I would hope so. These are supposed to be the creme de la creme of players. The top of the top.
The creme de la creme. I've always heard it pronounced creme de la creme.
Yeah, I'm not a Frenchman.
Not to correct you, yeah. And by not to correct you, I mean I corrected you, but that was my way of sort of apologizing.
It's the polite way of correcting me. I got it.
It's the polite way of correcting you. I say, you know, not to correct you, but and then I correct you anyway. It's sort of like, no offense, but I mean, usually when somebody says no offense, you're about to get me offended. but I did mean no offense. Obviously, you don't care about me correcting your creme de la creme French accent. Again, so let's go ahead and see what's going on. All right, so it's looking like it's Freddy versus Detenshi. Let's see here.
All right, so let's see. I believe I have Frog Daddy.
I can spectate Detenshi.
All right, perfect. I think I already have Frog Daddy added. And sorry for that brief intermission. Mandruski had to deal with a quick IRL problem, but we're jumping into the game with Frog Daddy, or Zinyu, and Detenshi.
Apparently the man of the hour, The guy that's been running through everybody, but not been spectated quite yet. Yeah, Tenchi is just. I mean, like, I'm really curious to see why he's wrecking everybody so hard with these games. But he is against Frog Daddy, so it is going to be difficult. I believe that he beat Cat even. Like, it's been crazy. A Call to Arms deck.
Frog Daddy with the Call to Arms.
Oh, I love the
Combustion
meme.
deck. This is one of the very few times we've ever seen Combustion show up in a tournament deck.
Wow. That is absolutely incredible. I love it. Actually, I think Grey Wolf's Combustion and King Pup with his Propeller Horde, along with Nether Step even. It was quite a heavy combo he had to hold too, but it worked out really well for him.
Yeah, but with Call to Arms in the same deck, what is Frog Daddy thinking?
Yeah, that's crazy to me. though I do honestly I believe in my opinion I think that they are fantastic on Warriors with a big push out. I think because I think a lot of the things that deal with Warriors are dealt with by the
damage from Combustion.
Yeah, the damage from Combustion. Exactly. I've seen it used against me before, and it was wonderful. I had quite a moment of envy of the idea at the time, and it was a 1v1 as well. I've been doing Call to Arms and 2v2 for a lot of fun and for some shock value, but like just seeing it used in a tournament setting and getting into the final, the top 8, very impressive.
It is quite rare, especially on APEP. We usually see Call to Arms in Mordor.
Exactly, because of the tombstones. And they just keep coming in, man. Like, look at all these warriors. Very difficult to deal with. This Divine Warrior is perfect here, though. Because it's not going to take the damage from the thing, but Face takes the damage.
Opts to combust them rather than just let them die on their own and get no damage at all.
Also, look at this experience advantage here. I mean, it's not, an insane experience advantage, but he definitely hit perk 2 first. And, because these push-outs are crazy, and that wall got value before it got, before it got Called to Arms, it did. Technical term.
Daddy hovering that Arcane Bolt, waiting for that Divine Warrior.
Oh, and when you said hovering Arcane Bolt, I saw Divine Warrior. It almost grabbed top bridge there, but Propeller Horde would have grabbed it back anyways.
And because of the APEP shield totem, he's not going to take too much damage from pings either.
That's true. One thing about didn't quite kill it. One thing about Valko though is the ping sort of happened over the course of the game, so the so the tombstone unless they decide to spam a whole bunch at the same time, doesn't just completely mitigate the damage. I mean, it makes it a little bit more to do that there.
Tenchi is a smart player as well. He could hold off on playing anything while that totem is up.
Yes, exactly. And just save for when it's over.
Frog Daddy with the free Crystal Sentry.
What's interesting is the Wheel of Doom might have killed both of those warriors down there, but I kind of like the Cleaver mixed with the Screaming Scrap more, because that puts a Cleaver on the board.
Cleaver is quite scary. It does answer the warriors pretty effectively as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't one-shot them entirely, but any assistant support will finish them off.
Ooh, dang.
Wheel of Doom stuck on the warrior, not getting that 150 damage.
No, he wanted that bad. This is a fantastic Screaming Scrat. He needed that. That would have been half of what HP he has left, probably. if not
Screaming
more.
Scrat very effective at pulling back all those combusted minions.
Here comes the call to arms again, though. But at the same time, I mean, look at this. I mean, yeah, sure, Video Gamer's behind on XP, but does it matter? He's at 270 against Volko, and unless he grabs that top bridge, Video Gamer is just gonna kill him by playing units.
Yeah,
Detention.
I'm sorry,
Detention is just gonna kill him by playing units.
And that's it.
I do love how the Detention played the. Did I say Video Gamer
Yes,
every single time?
Video Gamer.
Every single time.
For the most part, yeah.
Oh no.
Your mind was still stuck in the previous game with Video Gamer.
My mind is still stuck. You know what's funny is like when I would craft casters, and like whenever they would make a silly mistake like that, I'd be like, I would never make a mistake like that. And then I get put in the position, and I'm like, oh no, it's me. I'm that guy.
Mm-hmm. Don't even worry about it. You got some jitters. You just had to solve an IRL issue. You're deep breath. You're good. And Frog Daddy pulling out the Mordar. I don't know if that was the best play.
All right.
Both bridges are Detenchis. Let's see, Mordar does take a long time to deal with something like Swarmers, so he's going to take a little bit of damage here.
Alright, so you can go ahead and take top bridge back with the Screaming Scrat. Detenchi's still going. I switch it over.
Mm-hmm. Frog Daddy running almost the same list. He is running Call to Arms, though.
2 Arians coming out at the same time. Generally, you want to try and stagger them against Volko just to make it as awkward as possible. But I mean, I wasn't looking quite at that in that situation. I still can't get over the fact that I kept calling the Tenshi. Video Gamer.
Wheel of Doom takes out the Wall Annihilator and gets 150 damage on face. This is not looking good for Frog Daddy.
Not at all.
Volko wants as much early damage as possible, just so he can finish you off through those pings.
Real cleaver on that in that situation, which I mean makes sense. Frog Daddy using a fake cleaver there would have just wasted the illusionary cleaver.
Mm-hmm. He might be rezzing the cleaver here though. Not too effective. It is a Dragon Whelp and some Swarmers. Annihilator comes down to back it up though.
All right. Yeah. No. I mean, he has plenty of answers against it, but this Annihilator over here is going to deal with everything that Cleaver has a problem with. After the Cleaver's dead, of course.
Annihilator will burst down most of these small units. Apart from Dragon Whelp and Morgrul and Detenchi's own Cleaver, it does one-shot everything else.
All right. Plasma's now on the... Hear her sound.
This is definitely looking good for Frog Daddy. 2 flying units and a Cleaver on the Tenchi side of the board.
A Cleaver rezzing again.
This is exactly what Frog Daddy wants. Free 6 mana is insane. Not really using the C2A, which I think is keeping him in the game. If he was trying to go for some warriors here, it might not be good enough.
Yeah.
Executes the Cleaver.
Well, especially because but he has C2A in hand.
He does. He's been holding on to it the entire game.
Oh, very interesting. But it looks like the Tenchi's just going to go down here.
The Tenchi at 40 health. Frog Daddy doesn't have direct damage.
Raw respawns.
The Tenchi in a very dangerous spot. Frog Daddy has the benefit of being able to be very aggressive here because the Tenchi has to answer it.
Yeah. But Divine Warrior Burn the Bridges was very decent against that Cleaver, but the Cleaver is just going to respawn again.
That Dragon Whelp heading towards face. Zhao might not be enough. Plays another Whelp to answer it. Those are both of his flying units. Gonna get answered by the Annihilator.
It's going to be so difficult for him to win, but at the same time...
The Zhao!
Oh, Zhao Long, just an area... Yeah. Volko's...
The move speed from Zhao crosses the distance in 2 seconds. 37 damage. First hit. The Tenchi just couldn't stabilize. He took too much damage in the mid game there.
Yeah.
Those cleaver reses, insane. He couldn't control the res.
I did just recently make the mistake of looking at chat.
Probably shouldn't have done that.
No, I shouldn't have done that. Got my feelings hurt a little bit there, but that's all good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's go ahead. And so what decks are still open? Well, we're about to find out because the game is getting underway.
1-1. The Tenchi swaps to Ratbow. And I believe the Tenchi banned Ravager, or his Ravager was banned? Let's see here. The Tenchi's Ravager was banned. Frog Daddy's Millowing was banned.
All right, so he almost, I mean, he could have potentially saved his out long there, but I think, that the for whatever reason it didn't seem to get taunted by the Screaming Scrat. I don't know what I missed there.
It's a very slow start for both of them.
Yeah, just playing the bridge grab game.
Frog Daddy looking for those tombstones to maybe do something with Call to Arms, while the Tenchi wants to get this bridge control.
Yeah,
The Cleaver especially is very bad here.
Yeah, I wonder if he would have been better off just saving that scrap pack for the Cleaver that's inevitably going to come in. He does have Illusioner. Oh, never mind. He's Rappo.
That's why
Rappo
it's gonna
has
get
infinite
stuck on
answers
Cleaver
for
for a long time.
Yeah. But Frog Daddy still has a whole bunch of
And that Annihilator is going to make quick work of most of these minions. Alright, Frog Daddy opting to use Call to Arms here. He realizes that Resin Cleaver might not be good enough.
Yeah, he's gonna need warriors against all these Scrats. Warriors definitely go to town on Scrats with their giant halberds.
They hit every 2 seconds, but that's a lot better than 5.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Oh, I mean, especially if there's a whole lot more. You can go for that attack.
It does give up his perk 3 power spike though, which means once he hits perk 2, that's going to be as strong as Frog Daddy can be.
Yeah, I mean, perk 2 is really the power spike in my opinion. I mean, sure, getting the enraged res is great and all, but at the same time, you know, like having 2 tombstones is just insane.
The 2 warriors might be good enough here.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty powerful push.
Both players
Tenchi's
even
holding.
XP.
Yeah, it's pretty even. Tenchi's slightly ahead, but which is kind of surprising, and yet not at the same time, just because the Call to Arms holds the bridges really nicely.
2 warriors, very effective. As you can see, this Cleaver getting stuck on every minion.
Yeah, I mean, Cleaver is so hard to make work against Rappo. I mean, I know I sound like a broken record, but
that's just the truth.
Yeah. Ooh, that shock rock was actually pretty nice there. Screaming Scrat, he's doing everything he can to keep Cleaver off the Annihilator here.
The Annihilator is going to be what probably saves him this game.
Yeah, he needs the Annihilator on those small minions. All right.
At this point, I can't tell who's gonna win.
No, neither can I. I mean, the experience is so close. Though Rappo's perk 3, I think, is going to be more of a defining factor on the game than Mordar's. That being said, when I play Call to Arms in my 2v2 deck, the longer the game goes, the better off I am, because you get back to those warriors so fast.
And the mana regen increases over time.
Exactly, exactly. It's not just mana frenzy when you're mana regen.
Let's see, Frog Daddy falling a little bit behind in XP here, but he has bridge control.
Yeah,
These
and this
warriors
is
are
the exact
starting to
situation I was talking about. Like the warriors are just really strong. But I mean, look at this. He's still holding off the warrior push. That enraged Zhao Long is so strong.
Oh, and that real
Good
cleaver is
shock
very
rock
good
there,
at contesting these warriors as well.
Keeping this Annihilator up. The Annihilator's so Frog Daddy. Ooh, Daka's could be so good here, but the cleaver still goes down. Oh, it doesn't, but has the Zhao Long on it, which means it will go
Tenchi
down.
can control these reses very well.
Oh yeah, such a close game. If he can get a nice call to arms off, but it looks like he's using them as just shields right now, which I have to say probably isn't going to give him the value he needs against Tenchi.
But Frog Daddy
though it
does
might
have
be
the
forced.
advantage that as Mordar, these Scrats, after about 4 seconds, they're going to stop making it to face. They're not going to be as powerful as versus other Masters.
Yeah, because Mordar's slams are just gonna shut him down real quick. It's like just spamming Scrats late game, like even in Mana Friend Mordar, like the Rappo thing. They do start like if they're constantly on their opponent's side. The Mordar starts winding up so heavy that the Scrats, like you said, never get to face. Just a long roundabout way of how you said it.
It's the same thing. That cleaver won't get it to Tenchi, but these Scrats won't make it to Frog Daddy.
Yeah, no, it's a very interesting situation. I noticed that he stopped shock rocking the tombs because he just called the arms anyways. I know it's so muscle memory.
Yeah, Frog Daddy's not looking for reses. He might want to start throwing that shock rock at Mordar just to stop him from removing all the Scrats. That is a real cleaver. Almost made it to face. Ooh, his cleaver doesn't hit that cleaver.
Alright. So I think he wants to dock at this, but there's 2 Scrats in the way.
As long as the cleaver, the big minions are on his side of the field, he can always block it with a reactive play.
Yeah. I don't mind the cleaver bottom. Especially because there's 2 warriors coming bottom, and it'll be great against them. Though there is Scrats out front.
The Tenchi 15 XP away from Mana Frenzy. That still might not be good enough. He does have the Shock Rock though to reset Murder's auto attack, which will swing things in his favor though.
Alright, it's looking like the Tenchi's pretty close to Mana Frenzy, but like we were... It's still kind of hard to, like if you just spam the bridges, it's kind of hard to get those Scrats to go face. But another thing to note, the Scrats will keep Frog Daddy off the bridge if it gets swarmed hard enough. To keep the Mana Frenzy going even longer.
Mana Frenzy himself. He still opts to play the cleaver. I don't know if that's the correct play. The units are now on face. The Tenchi slowly loses health.
It's looking like the game is probably over now. And GG.
Annihilator with the finish.
Daddy.
I don't know about you, but I was on
match.
the edge of my seat the entire time.
I know. I was biting my nails. My cuticles are bleeding.
And to think, that's not even the final game. There's still at least one more to go.
All right. No, this is really exciting. So, what deck is left?
Well, if we go over here, Frog Daddy has been banned from Milloween. He just played as Mordar. He just played as Apep. That leaves him with Setsu. And his Setsu deck is pretty interesting. It's running Scott the Sensitive Savage and Stun Blast. So this is a very aggressive Setsu. Along with Battle Shi-Hu, which will benefit from all the enemy Scrats.
Oh, yeah. A Battle Shi-Hu with Stun Blast is actually quite incredible. Because if your opponent decides they want to defend, you wait for your Battle Shi-Hu to get face and then defend with something, that has like 3 or 4 units. I mean, obviously the worst case scenario is if they defend with the Scrap Horde, they stun blast all of it, and Battle Shehu kills them in like their entire HP total immediately.
And generally, when you want to answer something like Battle Shehu or Scott, you want to play that cleaver that Detenshi is stuck with because of his Ratbow deck. And if it gets stun blasted, it'll just melt.
Oh yeah. All right, so looking to probably get into the next game. I wonder why it hasn't quite started yet. Let's take a look at the. Oh, bans. Okay, got it. Wait, no, from.
Yes, they're looking at the next game.
Yeah.
Rush might just be waiting to give him the go-ahead. Oh, we're going right in.
Looks like it's going.
This is Minion Masters.
All right.
Oh, wait, I'm stupid. Detenshi lost that game. Hold up.
Yeah.
So Detenshi swaps to the King Puff.
Oh, I didn't realize that you had said that. Otherwise, I apologize.
Yeah, my mind was totally swapped.
Yeah, I've been up since 4:30, and I've been casting the whole tournament. Oh, he almost saved both of those.
Arcane Bolt the Rammer. It's a negative mana trade, but it saves all the face damage.
Yeah, no, that's very true. Just keeping himself in the game that much longer. Getting to the late game for Mordor, obviously really important. But it's also kind of scary because King Puff's perk 2 is very powerful.
Detenshi also running Musketeer.
Yeah, no, I love that. Musketeer is one of my favorite cards.
It is the perfect answer to Cleaver.
Yes. And for those of you in chat that don't know, it also kills Colossus one-on-one.
Anything with too slow of an attack speed, it'll just parry each hit.
Yes, any melee unit that has a really slow attack speed, it just. I think it might actually even beat Scotty. I can't remember.
No, I don't think so. Scotty puts out what, like 97 DPS?
Yeah, no. If he gets one parry and then comes back, I don't know if it. I'm having a hard time remembering. But anyways, so it looks as though the XP is pretty even. Frog Daddy's a little bit low on HP.
That Annie will deal with most of Detenshi's multi-unit cards.
Yeah. So he's thinking about putting Rammer top, but it might just get cleavered as I wait for the unit to pop out before I make my call.
Defense.
He does have.
Literally deals with the Annie.
Yeah, there we go.
Cleaver almost makes it a face, but Musketeer is waiting.
Yeah, but Musketeer's about to go down because the scrap procced his parlay or whatever it's called.
Parry. I believe parlay is more of a pirate term.
Yeah. So he could use Propeller Horde and swap bottom. Maybe try to do a bait here. But against Mordor, I mean,
combo. He's not.
Yeah, no, I think he wanted to use it defensively again because he is against Mordor. The Propeller Horde isn't going to get that much value on the other side. So almost getting that stint there. So Dragon Ball top is going to grab the bridge, as well as killing the Annihilator. I saw him floating it, which is why I knew it was about to happen.
It's looking pretty bad for Frog Daddy. Detenshi is running the very aggressive Rammer Dragon Ball, especially versus Mordor, who can't answer Dragon Ball that effectively.
Yeah, real cleaver top. That allows for Rammer to maybe get a little bit of value down. Oh man. So might get face. It looks like it probably will. One hit from an enraged Rammer is actually a really good deal.
Around 225 damage. Frog Daddy can't take many of those.
Divine Warrior here is fantastic, but I mean he can't really play anything but Fire Ant behind it. I was thinking that he wanted to play maybe Propeller Horde, but the Annihilator would have crushed it.
Mm-hmm.
Whirly Threat there is perfect. I'm trying to think about how he wants to deal with this top. I'm surprised he's considering Propeller Horde, just because there isn't a huge unit amount of defense and DPS here. I mean, if you look at it, Mordar just
you're not the best.
lost it. But at the same time, look at Frog Daddy's HP. It doesn't even matter.
Ooh,
that one little
17.
amount of damage. He has 17 HP left. He just cast a Call to Arms, which means Rammer might make it to face. I think that the Tenshi is just gonna play it safe.
Cycle
because
to
that's
that
probably
Dragon
the
Ball.
best way to deal with the situation, because he knows that he has this game won, as long as he just doesn't die.
Mm-hmm. All he has to do is cycle. Doesn't even need the whelp.
He doesn't even need bridges. He just has to wait it out.
And Frog Daddy.
He just waved
lets it
goodbye
hit.
as the Rammer was again.
So at this point, it is 2-2. Frog Daddy Detenshi tied. So Detenshi stuck with King Puff, while Frog Daddy is stuck with Setsu.
What epic matches between Video Gamer and Frogman. Just kidding.
It's like, Drew, no, we already went over that.
Do it again.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, the
Oh,
Setsu
man.
deck is running 3 spells, so in the late game it could be pretty effective, but with that Stun Blast, he might be looking to end it early.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the Stun Blast mixed with the again, gonna be so powerful. The Stun Blast mixed with the Battle Shihu is what I meant by the word Any kind of multiple unit card that they defend with, the Battle Shihu is just gonna do so much work too.
Mm-hmm. Especially after the buffs.
Yes, the extra attack speed per unit.
I thought it was a fine unit before, but after those, ooh,
Mm-hmm.
it's just insane. All you need are 5 minions around it to obtain that 375 DPS. The monkey will kill you in 9 seconds.
I mean, I've seen it. There's a really cool clip on Beckman Says. If anybody hasn't seen the Beckman Says stream, she has a really cool clip where she dies like in 5 seconds to a to a Battle Shihu mixed with Stun Blast against her Propeller Horde. It's quite devastating. All right, looks like the game is about to get going.
We've got a corker of a fight for you
All right,
today.
and Rush decided to let us know that Detenshi was taking a little moment right as the game was starting, so I'm not sure just how long Detenshi actually took. Kind of odd.
Yeah. Maybe to grab
So
a
this
glass
is-
of water or something.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it looks like they're both saving up, like responsible adults. Probably not a real cleaver.
Definitely not. No cleaver in this Setsu list. Now he does have the Stun Blast ready to go in hand. Along with Scott and the Battle Monkey.
Yes. Okay, I love the Propeller Horde here. Ooh, the Shock Rock. Brutal.
Shock Rock has an instant answer.
Shock Rock, one of the strongest cards. I'm telling you. So let's go ahead and see what he defends this with. I'm not sure if he. Okay, so defend it with a Musketeer.
Mm-hmm. Which I think is good enough. Frog Daddy could have opted to defend it with the Stun Blast, but he does have Setsu's Blast entry ready to go.
All right, Rammer coming in hot, but Scotty, very nice answer to Rammer, obviously. Dragon Ball coming in, trying to go after the Scotty, I think, but the Stip plus the Setsu was enough to take care of it beforehand.
Mm-hmm. Setsu is
Alright.
very efficient at answering that unit.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't wait for those units to get closer to King Puff before he played Divine Warrior.
Ooh, this is not looking good for Detenchi. He stands to lose a lot of health here. Down 1,000 health from that push.
Yeah, that was quite a push, and that's not the amount of HP you want to lose against Setsu. He's probably going to swap here for bridge control, or he might just save because he has Spirit Throwers in hand. All right, fake Cleaver. As you said before, he does not have a real one on the deck. Little extra attack speed there, but he's going to turn around, get parried again.
Battle Shihu taken care of.
Ooh, okay, so with the extra damage that he gets off Gotti. Nope, the Streaming Scrap put short work to that. Predator Horde going to face, but it's not going to get too much done. He had a full clip ready basically by the time they got there. Or I'm sorry, magazine.
I mean, it's a sci-fi weapon. We don't know what they're using.
Yeah, exactly.
Setsu backing up this push here. She only has 3 shots.
So again, not putting a Divine Warrior next to face. I wonder if maybe he's just trying to get it done closer to the bridge, to take the bridge faster.
That might be it. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure why. He is losing out on KP's very strong auto attack.
Yeah. Alright, well, it looks like he's now getting to perk 2. Which is where King Puff really shines. Trying to figure out how he's going to defend against this. He might just want to ignore that Battle Shihu. He doesn't have anything in his that he really wants to answer that with. Propeller Horde is on that list of things he does not want to answer Battle Shihu with.
KP can do pretty good damage. Better not try and risk it.
No, especially with the Stun Blast in the deck. He does have Dragon Ball wound up, but it looks like the Shock Rock plus the Zhao Long is just going to take this.
And Frog Daddy about to hit perk 3 as Setsu. He might just be looking to jump face pretty soon.
Alright, right there the Divine Warrior made a little bit more sense to me in that situation. Just because of the, it was so close to the bridge, and he could get the bridge immediately. And then it looks like Setsu has her perk 3. Which means that if he has any spells in hand, he get a lot of extra damage off. And it looks like Shock Rock is on that list of spells. And here it is. Stun Blast. I think that ends the game. That's so much damage.
Not over
57 HP yet. I was too close to call it, but with all the spells in Frog Daddy's deck,
Shock Rock.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine him not being able to cycle back
jump
to
face, and that's it. Frog Daddy takes the leap.
And there it is. GG.
Frog Daddy dethrones Detenchi. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, no. I really thought Detenchi was based on his how well he was doing in the preliminaries.
It
still
looked
great
to many
great
people
matches
like
to watch.
Detenchi was the main one.
Yeah, no, still great matches to watch. I really enjoyed it. He got to top 8. I'm happy for him.
This
I'm sure his
has
fans are
Detenchi
still happy
competed
for him.
before?
I don't remember.
Because I know he's pretty new to
No.
streaming Minion Masters.
I actually believe he has. I believe he has. I believe he did really well in the Halloween tournament. Or maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. I'm pretty sure it was Detenchi though.
Because I do know that Detenchi is pretty new. He's the new streamer on the block.
Yeah.
I caught his streams a couple times. He streams during the day, which I find very weird. Everyone else streams at night. But he's shown his prowess. He is very good at the game.
Yeah,
even though he doesn't have the time like many of the other veterans.
Definitely a name to look out for. I'm looking forward to seeing his gameplay in the future.
Look forward to see if he competes in the Winter Showdown.
I hope so. I want to see him play again, though. I am competing in it, so I don't actually hope.
I also want to win that money, so I sure hope he's not there. I wish. I'm gonna have to miss out on the tournament. I'll be flying out that day.
I'm sorry to hear it, man.
It's all right. I'm only missing, the biggest tournament so far in Minion Masters history.
Right. Dude, crazy winnings. Was it like $25,000 altogether? Tournament.
Mhm.
Such crazy winnings. All right. Looks like we're gonna go ahead and 5-minute break before the next match. And the next match will be Mephisto or Grey Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Both very solid players.
Yeah, very solid players. Yes. Mephisto, legend. Obviously, he's on 2 of the King Puff Skin Cups, and Grey Wolf, just very innovative, fun player to watch. But yeah, no, we will be right back. All right, it looks like we're pretty close to getting the next match underway. It is going to be Grey Wolf
versus Mephisto.
Exactly.
And it looks like Grey Wolf's Ravager has been banned, while Mephisto's Mordar has been banned.
Yeah, I don't blame him for banning that Mordar.
Mm-hmm.
And Ravager, I mean, universally, I have no problem with anybody banning Ravager ever.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty difficult.
So taking a look at Grey Wolf's Ravager, it actually isn't the escort deck. It's actually a red golem deck.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm. Just as scary, but I don't know. I feel like you can play around that one a lot easier than the escort deck.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the times when you're playing the red golem deck, you're kind of just trying to get ahead on XP with the Ravager from the perk 1, and then pushing to get the frenzy on the red golem.
Mm-hmm. It is an 800 HP unit. It takes a while to cut through, except if you have a curse bearer. That's usually the easiest way to deal with it.
Yeah.
And it's just so slow, so it can be very, very polarizing.
All right, let's go ahead and get into this first match.
Mm-hmm.
Grey
Looks
Wolf
like
versus
Mephisto
This is going to be an
has
epic
opted
match.
for Melloween and Grey Wolf with Mordar.
All right, Screaming Scrat coming across. Going to go ahead and wait up to play the Plasma Marines.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, 2 masters that are both very strong throughout most parts of the game, as long as Grey Wolf can get some quality reses.
Yes. Milloween definitely has a spike at perk 3. Mordar has a bit of a spike at perk 3, but really the spike is at perk 2 in my opinion for Mordar. Sort of, I mean, even more of a spike than his perk 1, I feel, because getting 2 reses feels a little bit better than getting than the value of just ×2 of getting 1 res.
And it is good to know that Grey Wolf's Mordar deck, its cheapest unit is Plasma Marines and Zhao Long and Curse Bearer. Everything else is at least 4+ mana. So everything he can res is going to be of value.
A good res, yeah. As long as he doesn't play the Plasma Marines into something.
Mm-hmm.
Which I doubt that he will. Alright. Yeah, no. This warrior's gonna go down. The Succubus was only saved from that. But it looks like she's
And
gonna
a
just
sliver
gonna
of
go
health.
down to. Ooh. Yeah, a sliver of health. She still went down, but she got the respawn off. Very good respawn. Looks like he wants to get the Plasma Marines out of his hand.
Plays his Wheel of Doom. He's been holding on to it for a while now, but he has cycled back to his other Arcane Golem.
Nice. Yeah, that does hold on to bottom bridge for him. Keeps him off the bridge, so it had multiple value. Not only did it kill the units, but it also kept them off the bridge to continue the XP advantage that he already has.
Grey Wolf down 900 health here. Might not be too bad since this Millowing deck isn't too aggressive. It doesn't have a lot of ways to deal damage directly to face.
Do you see a Clear Skies in the deck?
No, he's not running Clear Skies.
Okay. The Millowing by nature is usually a deck just because of the third perk being so powerful.
Good cycle. Get those golems up. Generally, what Millowing's... There is
like
more
Whirly
aggressive
Scrat's gonna
variants, but
respawn
this
here.
isn't it.
Yep, got Whirly Scrap back. Probably Cleaver now, top.
Instantly
Yeah,
deal
there we
with the
go.
Arcane Golem.
As well as protecting the Zhao Long from the Dragon.
And it's Mephisto playing his Divine Warrior again. It's really his only answer to big cards like Cleaver, but there is a pretty strong push coming down bot.
Zhao Long does come back, which can make it awkward for Millowing because she's packed full of spells. Though it looks like it's not too much of a problem. Zhao Long didn't get an insane amount of value off there, but still a little bit.
The Crystal Archer is a very effective anti-air, especially when Mana Surge. But Grey Wolf
yeah.
does have the Daggerfall to deal with them. Didn't need it here, but if he plays them reactively again, they could see a Daggerfall coming out.
Looks like he could. No, he's probably gonna get a Whirly Scrap back. Yeah, but still very strong respawn on the Whirly Scrap. That being said, there's not very many bad respawns that could come out of Grey Wolf's deck, as you said.
Grey Wolf taking a lot of chip damage though. He is already down to a little bit below half HP.
A bit of a risk playing the Tombstone with 2 plasmas. They might be able to get spelled out. But it's looking like Arcane Golem is going to respawn here instead.
It's not a bad res. It's a walking wall that nets you 1 free mana. And let's see, with Mephisto now hitting perk 3, 35 XP lead.
A Cleaver respawn is absolutely insane though. Especially a Cleaver pushing a Whirly Scrap for.
Mephisto opts to wait towards the exact last second he possibly can to play that Divine Warrior.
Alright, Tombstone going down with 2 plasmas on the board, but it looks like they're going to go down before it has the opportunity.
Grey Wolf is rezzing only good minions.
Yes, but now Mephisto is in a situation where he has perk 3, and that is gonna make every single one of those Arcane Golems, to state the obvious, a lot more difficult to deal with.
And it's good to note, Mephisto's only spell is Wheel of Doom, which is not a very strong proactive answer. It will get stuck behind a lot of these larger minions.
Very push coming top of that Divine Warrior. Man, the power of Divine Warrior in that situation was just staggering. So much value came from that. All right. Ooh, good Wheel
Grey
of
Wolf
Doom.
with 2 tombstones and multiple minions that cost at least 5 mana.
Let's see here. I mean, how is he going to deal with all these Arcane Golems? They're coming out rather fast. He keeps putting the Whirly Scrap with the Cleaver, which is a wonderful combo. But I think the Divine Warrior is probably going to be back again. Let's see if he has
It
enough
is,
DPS.
but does he... Yeah,
Make it
can
worth it.
Mephisto remove this push?
The Divine Warrior slowed it down, but there wasn't a bunch of DPS behind it.
Grey Wolf already cycling to the tombstones. Mephisto with a slight XP lead here. It might come down to Mana Frenzy, in which case these Arcane Golems are going to be a lot more effective.
Oh, definitely. He's probably going to wait for this Arcane Golem to go face and then try and Cleaver it as his defense. But he's pretty low.
Yeah,
I
this
don't know if
Arcane
he can
Golem's
afford
hitting
to
for
do that.
60.
He might have been better. Mephisto might have been better off just Wheel of Dooming face if it's not already over at this point.
Grey Wolf at 55 health here. He dies to Arcane Missiles or Wheel of Doom.
So yeah, he may have wanted to just put that Tombstone right in front of his face.
Mephisto holding his Arcane Missiles here. He might be waiting to play it.
There it goes, but he played it top instead of trying to go for the. Oh, I guess he was expecting the block anyways.
He's now holding Wheel of Doom.
Yeah.
He's going to look for any opportunity to play it. It will shred through some of these
He
more
was
glass
floating
cannon
in
units.
Tombstone, but he wanted to get the cleaver out there, so he decided to stop the floating strategy.
Mephisto about to hit Mana Frenzy, and it looks like that's going to be game.
Yeah, I know. 55 HP makes it Mana Frenzy. I don't know. I don't think a lot of this.
Along
really
with trying to
needs
push
to-
against Mephisto's minions, he also has to remember to block all those spells. I don't think Grey Wolf can do it.
He's hovering Scotty to try and hold on to it, but it looks like Mephisto's not even going for it.
No, he's not. He's holding on to Wheel of Doom. I don't think he wants to risk it.
Yeah, I think he's just playing the safe game because he doesn't have. He could just go for the bridges and keep Grey Wolf off of them, and then just win with a whole bunch of arcane golems.
And that looks like it's game.
Yeah, definitely looks like it's game. A 7 and a 6, 6 level arcane golems. Wheel of Doom could probably just come in right now, sacrifice all of his units and just win the game, and that's GG.
Very well played from both people. I sure hope not all of their games take 8 minutes, or we're going to be here all day.
Yeah, that was two late game decks playing against each other.
So that leaves Mephisto with a Milloween deck, who I believe Milloween right now is probably, in my own opinion, probably the strongest master just because of how strong she is at every point in the game. But that leaves Grey Wolf with Stormbringer and Volko, who I don't think have really the best matchup versus Milloween.
Interesting. Yeah, I have a hard time against Milloween on ladder, but I do feel like her perk 2 is rather weak, but I suppose other people would disagree with me. It is an answer for Zhao Long, which is a big beat to Milloween. Grey Wolf versus Mephisto again. Looks like they're both gonna share the bridge for a second, and I'm gonna say no, my bridge.
Let's see. Mephisto has no healing, so Grey Wolf is in a pretty good advantage here if he can get some early face damage.
He has both of the bridges. I mean, sooner he gets to that perk 1, the sooner the damage will just get carried away for the rest of the game. And it looks like it's going to happen.
Grey Wolf's Volko deck, like most others, is a very low deck. He's going to be looking to get a lot of ping.
Kind of expecting defensive chopper top here. Yeah, I thought he was going to do cleaver. Scrap Pack probably is going bottom here. Doesn't kill, yeah, kills both of the scraps and takes the bridge.
Grey Wolf with the 10 XP lead will play into his favor here. Burn the Bridge is going to be very effective for removing a lot of the smaller fodder.
Oh yes, and even the medium fodder. You could play Screaming Scrat, hold the thing on a bridge a little bit longer.
Let's see, Burn the Bridges also is pretty effective versus these low arcane golems up until does remove around 50% of their health, even with many spell casts.
Oh yeah, definitely. Looks like that cleaver isn't going to get the value of the grats that were there, but he needs to remove this air unit. Looks like Spurs are the card of choice.
Grey Wolf desperately trying to hold on to this XP advantage, although it is equalizing a bit. Only 5 XP ahead now.
Yes, I feel like he's probably okay. Interesting. He's grab the bridge. That makes total. I was trying to think of the card that he would get a potentially defend with. Burn the bridges here is absolutely amazing. That was great value for unit there. And by unit I mean card.
Mephisto's been holding on to this Wheel of Doom for a long time, as it might be not strong enough in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of all the cards in Grey Wolf's deck that you can potentially use it against. There isn't a whole lot of nice options, except for maybe if Cleaver stacks up with you know, has taken some damage and stacks up with something else.
Dragon Whelp gets on Gray's face, but it gets answered. Mephisto going to use the Wheel of Doom here to answer that Crystal Sentry.
Yeah. And he grabs the bridge right after. I'm surprised he didn't play that Zhao Long in a way that grabbed the bridge. I don't think that clips the corner of the bridge on top. I guess it doesn't really matter because of the tantrum throw, but Screaming Scat defensive chopper is amazing top now.
It's going to destroy all those minions.
Oh yeah. It looks like the XP is neck and neck, 1 XP different.
Although I do
92 to
fear for
91.
Grey Wolf here. That perk 3, Tempers Flaring, the Rage might not be that effective.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like he's banking on the fact that, you know, like as the XP gets faster and faster, you know, that top bridge becomes more of a threat for Mephisto. Because Grey Wolf gets to play more cards. Because as the game goes on, as for those of you in chat that do not know, your mana does get faster, and it's not just Mana Frenzy that increases the mana. It gets steadily faster as the game goes on, which makes certain strategies stronger than a late game. For instance, a Volko deck like this. Ooh, that Divine
They are
Warrior,
pretty equal in
definitely
XP here.
Spell out a problem for Grey Wolf.
Burning the bridge is not doing a whole lot.
Not killing the stimp though. Ooh, Screaming Scrat saved the Zhao Long there, but it doesn't look like it's gonna make much of a difference.
Perk 3 from both masters.
It's like, oh, it's really strong. All right, here we go. Back to burn the bridges already. But I mean, look at that. That level 5 golem just takes so much damage.
Mephisto is at his strongest point, and the bonus rage is only really going to benefit that cleaver.
Alright, enraging the Zhao Long. Divine Warrior again, just holding onto that bridge. Mephisto recognizing that top bridge is super important to his survival in this game.
As long as Mephisto can keep playing that Divine Warrior as an answer to the bridge, Grey Wolf is not going to get any pings.
Yeah, no. Alright, well, I mean, look at his control on top now. This is quite a presence, but I mean, there it is. He just grabs it.
The Rage Cleaver can almost one-shot the Arcane Golem, but that's not good enough. It gets stuck on everything else.
Yes, this is a pretty decent burn the bridge. It's not on the Arcane Golem. It gets a little bit of... But, I mean, for a free card, pretty decent. Trying to think the, maybe... Cleaver top... Defensive...
Cleaver to
oh, no,
tank
okay.
the Wheel of Doom.
Trying to think of how he wants to grab this top bridge, but... You know, it's just a battle for the top bridge. I feel like
and he can't hold it as long as that Divine Warrior comes up.
He has 2 1-cost cards in his hand, but he's so focused on the top. I guess he did get it, which allows him to pressure a little bit harder here. You may want to burn, just to get a little bit of extra value. Alright, that's pretty strong there, but the Divine Warrior comes in again. XP 162 to 164 to 177.
It's
and
going slightly into Mephisto's favor.
It's like another slow, grindy situation. Control Volko versus Milloween. I don't even know.
These golds are stacking up a lot faster than Grey Wolf can deal with.
Double Zhao Long, but another Divine Warrior.
Is that enough to kill that golem? It is, but another one comes right behind it.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty gnarly. His cleaver's coming up pretty soon. He hasn't cycled. There we go.
The bridge is grazed, but he needs a
very
lot of
patient.
pings here.
He's not just playing his cards willy-nilly to get pings on. He's trying to play this as patient as he can. But if Mephisto gets low enough, he might just start spamming it.
Mephisto hits that Mana Frenzy though. This looks like the end for Grey Wolf.
Yeah, it's gonna be brutal because I don't think he's gonna be able to hold. Not with Mephisto and Mana Frenzy. Dagger falls bottom to kill the Crystal Archers, but
He can get some face damage here and there, but Mephisto's just gonna hold the top bridge. He won't let any more pings get through.
this is definitely one heck of a push. And now there's 3 Arcane Golem. And this is when Milloween just, you know, like, or any class really, you know, Mana Frenzy basically pushes every strategy over the.
Grey Wolf only a few XP away from Mana Frenzy himself, but it's not coming soon enough.
But man, it really looks quite intimidating seeing all the angles on the bridge at the same time. Brutal game, man. Milloween's just slowly picking away, making sure that top bridge, you know, like went completely out of the hands of Grey Wolf. Very well played by Mephisto.
Let's see. That was just Grey Wolf's Vocal deck. He played the Mordar, his Ravager was banned. That only leaves his Stormbringer.
Alright.
Let's see, taking a look at this list here, not a ton of big units, not really a lot of answers for the Arcane Golem, nor... So we might struggle again versus this Milloween deck, but it is Stormbringer. The longer the game goes on, the more effective his units become. The more value they can squeeze out.
Alright. Stormbringer versus Milloween. I mean, I feel like this is going to be super difficult for Grey Wolf to deal with this Milloween deck as Stormbringer. I mean, again, it looks like we're going to watch a grindy game, right? Because Bringer, you know, it usually, at least in 1v1, oh, fantastic shock rocket. But usually in 1v1, I mean, yeah, in 1v1 is very much just a grindy control style. Occasionally, I mean, very occasionally, and usually to not great effect, people will play aggro with it.
Let's see here. Does Cannon Roller outrange the Arcane Golem? Because if it does, even with marksmanship, that might be strong enough. Let's see, 6 range, Arcane.
Alright.
They do not. So those Arcane Golems are going to be an issue. Cannon Rollers are very effective versus a lot of slower melee units. The Arcane Golem isn't anything like that.
Nope, definitely ranged. Though it is slow. Let's see, he does have Armored Escorts in hand though. In this deck, and that can provide some pretty giant, you know, oppressive pushes. Potentially.
Yes, especially with marksmanship. That +2 range on the Armored Escort is a lot stronger than you think.
Oh yeah, I mean, without the range, they're basically melee units. But oh man, I love that that screaming scrat timing. It's getting a little bit of extra damage on those guys.
And we can see here the issue that Stormbringer has in this matchup. Killing it.
Here comes the push. Oh, oh man, he has a nice answer with the
Wheel of Doom to remove the escorts.
Yeah.
And again, Divine Warrior comes in to shut down the push.
If he can kill off this Dragon Whelp, he might be able to. No. Not gonna be able to kill off the Dragon Whelp.
Stormbringer can get rid of the Whelp, but it's gonna be too slow. He does play his Armored Escorts again. If he can keep it up faster than Mephisto can answer it, it's going to go in his favor. Let's see, perk 2 is coming out. Wheel of Doom in the hand of Mephisto to answer the 2 Crystal Sentries on the top lane.
Alright. Is he gonna play Tantra Throws your bottom? Or is he just gonna, yeah. I suppose Cannon Roller does just beat all of that by itself. I don't see Cannon Roller too often. I have a hard time judging what it's gonna be.
It's a solid card. It doesn't hit air units, which means you might want to choose something else over it.
It doesn't have that much HP, you know. It's HP extra HP. It sort of feels like it has extra HP because, you know, the melee units have a hard time getting to it. So sometimes it feels like it has infinite HP.
But it is a solid attacker.
Oh yeah, serious amounts of damage.
Let's see, Greywolf falling behind a bit in XP, about 15. He has a slight health lead, but it is Milloween. These Crystal Golems are going to start stacking up.
Oh, dude.
Mephisto floating some mana here.
Powerful push, though. I mean, look at this. Triple Sentry just on the board.
Mephisto with the Wheel of Doom, though, if he chooses to play it.
That's true. Wheel of Doom, probably. I mean, trying to find the best spot for him to play it, but it looks like he's just gonna beat it in another way. You know, just with the Divine Warrior holding the front line. Mephisto is close to perk 3, and you know, as we all know, that perk 3 is pretty insane.
That double attack speed on Stormbringer is going to be very effective. A lot of the smaller stuff left on the board are just going to get wiped out.
Oh my goodness, that had to hurt Grey Wolf spirits.
That was a very big push that he just lost.
Yeah. I mean, look how much damage the Cannon Roller does to the.
And perk 3 for the Stormbringer is coming out.
Yeah, and that is definitely, that can't be ignored. In my opinion, the strongest perk bringer is 3.
It might be enough to bring Greywolf back into this game.
Yeah, and the experience difference isn't as dramatic as I thought it was going to be.
Even though Greywolf's behind 15, it's still 60 XP away from Mana Frenzy. Big DPS units coming out. They're lined up for a Wheel of Doom, though. Divine Warrior to stop that major push up top. It's looking pretty good for Mephisto here. He has a... Well, he did have a push coming down bottom. Divine Warrior shield finally runs out, which means he can start pushing the top.
I think that... Oh, wow. Cannon Roller top is really strong, but, again, Wheel of Doom. Anytime you overcommit somewhere to try and push out against the Arcane Golem, it goes.
Mephisto knows if that Divine Warrior fails, he can just Wheel of Doom it. But now we can see the power of those pings just going off. A lot of these units don't have a massive amount of DPS, but they're able to hit and stay on the field for a long time.
If he's back to Wheel of Doom, Wheel of Doom is good top again. Looks like he's just going to use Divine Warrior. That's all he really needs. With those Crystal Archers behind it, especially the Dragon Ball backing it up. Arcane Golem is just going to crush bottom at the same time. It's looking pretty grim for Grey
on the bridges long enough.
I mean, I'm definitely seeing Stormbringer's perk 3, you know, like doing some stuff, but, you know, like against the Arcane Golem, you know, large health units, it doesn't do so much against.
The Cannon Roller has great damage, but it's wasting too much time every time it rolls back for the Golem.
Oh man, that Screaming Scrat, finishing it off.
And Mephisto about to enter Mana Frenzy. This looks like the end for Greywolf.
Watch out, everybody. Blue's got Mana Frenzy.
Even if he can stall, I don't think it's enough. These golems are going to start stacking up.
Alright, Cannon Roller again bottom, but again, I feel like these Arcane Golems are just going to be too heavy of a push. You know?
He
they
doesn't
get
have
bonus damage and HP. It's not just the HP. They hit hard. Sacrificing a little bit for that Wheel of Doom, maybe anticipating something he might defend with.
I would say the biggest problem with Grey Wolf's deck there, he didn't have a big unit to tank for all the range stuff. As soon as they got in range of the other range units, they would die.
Yeah, there's gonna be a short break before the next match is ready. After this match.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry if I'm not as bubbly as I was earlier. I've been up since 4:30, casting the whole tournament. Oh, just though having a good time. These are really cool matches. I mean, like watching Melloween just smother somebody is pretty brutal to watch because I've been on the receiving end of it.
Mm-hmm. If you don't have a good, efficient answer, like your own Divine Warrior and something like a Curse Bearer,
Scrat tank.
yeah, or Scrat Tank, just a big tanky unit to soak up the damage, they just roll over all your other minions.
Oh yeah.
It makes me think, would Mephisto have done better if instead of a cannon roller he had something like a Fire Imp?
That wasn't the match, was it? Was that the end of the match?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, that was the end
Mephisto
of the match.
3-0'd Grey Wolf.
Holy smokes. That's crazy.
It just goes to show the dominance of Melloween.
Yeah. Very powerful. Alright, we're going to go ahead and have a short break while we get ready for the next match. We will be right back.
Alright, I'm our second, and I'm back briefly to cast this next match, which is going to be...
briefly? Nah, Rush,
Well-
you're here till the end.
To the end, huh? Well, we'll see about that. Might have a different caster in just a moment. But for this match, since Drewski was up since 4:30, figured we give him a well-earned break, and he can go and relax now. But now we're going to go into the next match, which is Mephisto versus Daddy the Frog.
No, Frog Daddy.
Frog Daddy. Oh, okay, yes. Something about frogs and daddies. We know.
Are you kink shaming? Is this what you're doing?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
So we got the bans. So Mephisto bans Zinyu Setsu, which is Frog Daddy, and Frog Daddy bans Mephisto's Stormbringer.
Yeah, so doesn't want to deal with that Setsu. No aggressive decks allowed. He wants to deal with all the slower value decks because I guess he thinks he can outvalue them, which he might be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have
We've
to
seen
see.
Mephisto taking these games very late and crushing.
Indeed. We'll just have to see if we can get some good matches here, because he just finished winning against Grey Wolf, and now he can... We'll have to see if Frog Daddy can put up a better fight here.
Mm-hmm. We have Frog Daddy as Apep versus Mephisto's Mordar. Mephisto. Mordar. So it is the hybrid Apep deck. It's an abomination if you ask me, but it's been working quite well.
Alright. Looks like we are in.
Mm-hmm. We have a very early C2A from Frog Daddy. And an Arcane
Call to
Bolt
Arms.
on the Succubus. Yeah, Call to Arms. It's an interesting card, ain't it?
Indeed. Although it didn't seem to work out that well. Looks like Mephisto handled the first one pretty well. Frog Daddy even using Combustion in the bot lane, but didn't get a whole lot done there.
Mm-hmm. It got a bit of damage on the Whirly Scrap, but it didn't outright kill it. Oh, but Frog Daddy pulling Mana Puff Madness from perk 1.
Oh, probably not what he wanted. Although, it could do... There is a possibility that it could mess up Mordar's Tombstones. If he gives him Mana Puffs, there's the possibility that one of them can be rezzed.
Mm-hmm.
And I
It's
wonder
a
if
double-edged sword this game. Usually it's a very bad card to get, but versus Mordar, it can make or break this matchup.
it'll at least be as good as it could possibly be as good as some other card that he'd actually would have wanted. He keeps Arcane bolting at poor Succubus, who can't get on the field at all.
Mm-hmm. It is an equal trade. He's not losing out. Especially if he already has bridge control.
Alright, so this time the mana puffs only serve to make this monkey really angry, unfortunately, for Frog Daddy.
Mm-hmm. Now, luckily, the Ghost Turret's pretty effective at removing it, since buildings do not proc his bonus attack speed.
True. It's just... Mephisto wants to get into more of those situations where his Battle Shihu is attacking something really strong, but there's a bunch of weak minions surrounding it that don't pose much of a threat to it.
Mm-hmm.
When he's at his best.
And I don't know how well these warriors are going to be doing in this matchup. They're pretty solid, but they take a lot of damage from the Whirly, and that Succubus is pretty good DPS at range.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Succubus hasn't been Arcane Bolted yet. That typically happens to her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Mephisto, you might not have
mana.
noticed that there was a Dragon Whelp hiding among those propeller scraps that are going to his face, so he takes quite a bit of damage from that.
Mm-hmm, but I think he can afford it.
Yeah,
XP is pretty equal here.
Oh, Monkey is on face, and he is getting a little bit of extra attack speed from all those propeller scraps. Oh, wow.
It's only really about 275 DPS, don't worry about it.
Yeah, Frog Daddy needs to be really careful about that. And here's gonna happen again. Again, these melee minions. At least now he has the shield totem to block the damage.
Mm-hmm. That's what's very dangerous about it. You can't just leave flying units on top of it. That only angers the monkey even more.
Again, combustion is used here, but doesn't... The minions die, and now there's two monkeys on his face, and he has no shield totem. This is actually extremely dangerous. Like, even these flying minions that he just played is just gonna make this monkey
Frog Daddy, what are you doing?
Going. He did have the shield totem ready in time, so he did avoid disaster for the most part. But he's still very, very low on health now.
Mm-hmm. These monkeys are resin, and Frog Daddy can't do anything to stop it.
Oh, he just doesn't have a good tank that he can tank the monkeys with. He needed like a Divine Warrior or something. Defensive Chopper. Just, when they're not countered, they just do so much work, it's insane. So Mephisto does take game one.
To think, in just one balance patch, Battle Shihus went from virtually unplayed everywhere to, if you play it right, it'll just melt your opponent in a few seconds.
Well, I mean, it was never a bad, really a terrible card, other than the fact that, like, Defenso Chopper pretty much ruins it, but
it
we'll
still
just have
does.
to see how this goes. So now we have the Mordar Mirror.
The scrap pack didn't split how they usually do, so not great for Frog Daddy. But I don't know if the call to arms will be good enough, even with the extra tombstones.
Yeah. We'll have to see. Right now, things are very, very equal. No one has an experience advantage yet. Frog Daddy plays his Cleaver just to kill a Scrat. We'll see if Mephisto has something available to take the damage. Yeah, and there he has his Divine Warrior.
Frog Daddy with the Arcane Bolt.
But problem with that is the Cleaver was nearly dead by the time the Arcane Bolt went off, so...
It lets him
and now he
kill
doesn't
the
have it
Dragon
for
Whelp,
his...
but...
Now he doesn't have it for
a
this
whole lot.
Succubus. In the previous game, he kept using Arcane Bolt on this Succubus, but now he's gonna deal with it another way.
Oh,
that's not a good res. Unfortunate for Mephisto, or well, not unfortunate. He needs to make sure that doesn't happen again. That he is careful to play his illusory cleavers when he's got a tombstone ready.
Frog Daddy doesn't really care about getting a bad res, but Memphis is very reliant on resing solid minions.
Battling on Mephisto's side of the field. He is avoiding damage, mostly. It does take a few hits here and there.
Mephisto with the Divine Warrior means if he feels he's in too much trouble, he's just gonna drop it down.
Yeah, I mean, that's how Divine Warrior always is, for the most part. Alright, this time Mephisto was careful about playing that Elusive Cleaver and the Screaming Scrather. He's not gonna get some reses that he doesn't want here.
Ooh.
Instead, he'll res his Succubus.
Either way, it wasn't a good
res.
one. If you kill the Divine, it just reses it again.
Yeah.
Does the Cleaver die here, though?
The Succubus is in danger. Is he gonna go down? Yes, the Cleaver does kill her just in time.
So he will res the Zhao. Not the best thing he could have wanted.
Yeah. It's gonna be a battle to who can get the better reses more often. And I think Mephisto has an advantage in that he's got more minions that are really damaging to Frog Daddy if they are resed.
Things like Whirly, Succubus, even the Battle Monkey are all very strong versus these warriors.
Yeah. Looks like none of the warriors are going to be totally dealt with right now, so he needs to do something about bot lane. He does have the Divine Warrior ready, so that will hold them off a little bit.
And the Arcane Bolt's coming out a little bit too late, loses the Annie. Which means that Zhao is going to peck away at these warriors.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if that Arcane Bolt was worth it. I mean, it is 5 for 5 and you trigger the Zhao Long, and that Divine Warrior already got value blocking for at least a little bit of time.
If you can't play it immediately, it's just, you're better off not playing it.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. Anyways, probably see a Cleaver come out soon to kill the Succubus, because that's the most dangerous minion right now, and yeah, there we go. However,
Even
he didn't
resing it isn't a big
aggro...
deal.
He didn't aggro the other minions with that Cleaver, which he might have wanted to. Although, I guess the Cleaver will res now and perhaps, yeah, deal with this Whirly Scratch. So that actually worked out pretty well for him.
That other Tombstone, though, was taking some damage from the Whirly. So
it was. Yeah, that's not good for Frog Daddy. He really needs every Tombstone he can. Right now, he really needs to push back because Mephisto has a pretty sizable experience lead at this point.
And now that Vengeful Dead is active, anything Mephisto reses, it's going to be 50% more powerful.
Yeah, although having a Divine Warrior being more powerful or frenzied is not the end of the world, of course.
Yeah, it's not the best thing to res. You know, it goes from, what, 35 DPS to 42? It's not a big deal.
It's just if Mephisto can res like a Succubus and Frog Daddy doesn't have an answer ready, it's gonna be really painful for him.
That 75 DPS from a Succubus will melt most warriors. Double Tombstones are played. Will he use them for C2A?
Oh, we'll have to see. I think he might want to let this Cleaver see if it'll die first. Well, the Annihilator dies, and that's a pretty good res. And the Cleaver gets resed as well. This is actually pretty dangerous for Mephisto.
Arcane Bolt hits nothing. That is not what Frog Daddy wanted.
Yeah, that might have... Man, I think if he hit something with that and got a push going somewhere, I think that might have posed a huge threat to Mephisto and swung this game really in his favor, but that one mistake just took all momentum away from him.
He was able to kill the Succubus before it rezzed. He has another 2 Tombstones ready to go. Cleaver dies too fast for a res, gets a Zhao, but it might not be good enough.
Well, it's pretty good if there's a wall in the way. Mephisto keeps rezzing these Dragon Whelps. I'm not sure if that's the best. It does extreme amount of damage, but just Mephisto doesn't want it to be attacked for sure, and then it goes down, so not the best for him. Oh, and here I think this Succubus is res. There it goes. And a
super
Battle
close to that
Shield
Cleaver
top
res.
lane. Now
Battle
it's
Shield.
Frog Daddy's turn. He's in danger now.
If that Battle Shihu reses face, it has the potential to end it right here.
Yeah, I think it's gonna... Oh, it gets drawn away. I think that's it. But that Frenzy Succubus hitting face for a long time, dealing Daddy almost 1,000 damage.
Frenzied Monkey got respawned again. It's looking towards face, it's running. It only has 20 health though.
Not quite. Mephisto can't quite get the killing blow in, but he doesn't need to because he's the one about to hit Mana Frenzy first.
And as Mordar, that means tombstones are going to be flying. And Frog Daddy just can't get any solid reses. Res is another scrat.
Oh man, if he needed reses, now is the time to do it because he's not gonna. I don't think he has any good opportunities left after this. Yeah, that last tombstone resing a scrat that pretty much spells the end.
That'll see who's getting respawned. That's gonna be game.
Now. So we'll have to see how this turns out. We've seen some pretty magical things for Mana Frenzy defenses out of Mordar before. If his attack speed just like goes non-stop against the incoming waves, but with this sort of
that involves a massive tank as well, getting constant.
Yeah, and also Mephisto having all these mid-range stuff like monkeys and succubus. I don't think that kind of defense is possible in this case. In fact, he's already getting overrun, and this Whirly Scrat's gonna kill him. There he goes.
The AoE from the Whirly Scrat, even though it was on the wall, was still hitting face.
So, that is Mephisto 2-0 so far. Frog already down to just his Milloween. He's gonna have to win 3 in a row with his Milloween if he wants to reverse sweep here.
We've seen it happen though. It is possible. Milloween has the potential to do it.
All right. Just have to see how it goes. Like I said before in the group stage, we'd seen a matchup like this, where Milloween ended up losing because the Arcane Golems, while they're good value, they're just not enough value in order to overtake the Tombstones reses that Mordar can have. So,
as long as the Mordar
really gonna have to do something special here.
This Milloween is running Clear Skies, so he can afford to take some face damage.
Yeah, the problem is with Mephisto running this sort of mid-range stuff. That Wheel of Doom is really good, though. That's gonna help out a lot.
He does one-shot a Curse Bearer and Succubus. Which means those units by themselves aren't gonna be strong enough. No answer for the Divine Warrior, though.
Yeah. No Arcane Bolt this time. Although it wasn't really working out for him in the previous game, so that maybe that's not such a bad thing.
This Scrat Tank, though, is going to be very effective versus these flying units.
Yeah, he just needs to watch out and not put too many like swarm stuff around it, because if he plays too many like small support minions around the Scrat Tank, then it's just gonna die in an instant to a Battle Shihu. So Frog Daddy needs to watch out for that. Another issue is, of course, this Curse Bearer, which does quite a bit of damage to it with its aura.
That 3% really adds up the longer the minion sticks in. Another Tombstone ready to res.
Let's see if Frog Daddy can force a res on this Zhao Long. That's the ideal situation for him right now. No, instead he casts Wheel of Doom a bit early and reses the monkey. I think it would have been worth it to wait just a little bit longer for that Zhao Long res.
Not too bad, though. He did stabilize versus that push, which should have been very threatening.
Yeah, that said, he's doing really well here. He's actually going to hit perk 2 first. So, it's actually going really well for him.
The Arcane Missiles, he can choose to throw it right at a Tombstone if he needs it. It will cut the lifetime by about half, which isn't bad.
Yeah, he does need to be careful that something like that doesn't happen, where it gets split among several things and doesn't really get a whole lot done. I guess it did indirectly cause this Curse Bearer res, which Mephisto probably isn't too happy about. Especially if it's something that can just die to Wheel of Doom. This Wheel of Doom is really keeping Frog Daddy in this game.
Most of Mephisto's units are below that 300 health threshold. And with no way to give them more health or shield, it's just going to shred through them. He does have the option for Clear Skies here to heal up that Scrat Tank, but he's not taking it.
Yeah. I guess he doesn't want to accidentally make things worse for himself, because Mephisto's also running a really mid-range deck that benefits from the heal of Clear Skies, so wants to be careful about playing it.
Wheel of Doom takes out the Battle Monkey, and it's not a bad trade. He did lose his Arcane Golem for Turtle. What is it called? It's an Arcane Golem, isn't it?
Arcane Golem, yes.
But it's only removing minions. He's not able to get any extra face damage off.
It's definitely a struggle here. Looks like Mephisto is gonna barely take over this top bridge. I say barely, he's still got his whole succubus, so...
Mephisto really... is keeping up in XP though. He's only slightly behind.
Since last time we talked about experience, Mephisto has suddenly surged ahead a bit. Which is really interesting.
Removes the rage and the shield from the Zhao, so it's not as dangerous as it should be.
Alright, still frenzied, so still a little bit annoying, but I don't think he cares that much about taking some face damage. He really needs to somehow work on getting his bridges back, because he can't afford to be so defensive here and leave the bridges in Mephisto's hands. This game definitely looks like it's going to go to Mana Frenzy here.
Looks like that Succubus is going to res as well, but can Perk 3 from Milloween take the game into Frog Daddy's face? I don't think it can.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, like, having all these free reses. Oh no, the monkey stopped at Wheel of Doom and the Succubus is still alive. Now Frog Daddy does not have a whole lot of mana in order to stop this bottom lane push. That's actually extremely dangerous for him.
Battle Shihu at 550 health does not die to Wheel of
Doom. Yeah, and once again, this Succubus just doing so much damage. It looks like Frog Daddy looks like he's about to stabilize here. Oh, very well timed Clear Skies. Like, just as the Succubus died, so he healed his own minions without healing a Succubus.
That's the hardest thing to do. If you accidentally heal your opponent's minions, it just puts you back in the same position you were a moment ago. He's got a very tanky minion stacking up.
With that good play, looks like he's coming back into it. He's got a pretty healthy Arcane Golem top lane. He's fighting very hard for bot lane. Oh, those Arcane Missiles misses though. I think he was trying to like skirt around that Divine Warrior and hit the Succubus, but couldn't quite do it.
He was skirting, holding that Wheel of Doom, but with his own minion.
Oh man, Wheel of Doom just to like hurt the monkey a little bit. It also triggered the Zhao Long, so bit of an issue for him right now. He is fighting back bit by bit. He's holding onto the top bridge. He's still continuing the fight for bottom bridge. This Divine Warrior is so annoying though. You can't hold the bridge while it's on it. It's just
very effective when the Divine Warrior comes out because the Divine won't get hit.
That's true. And yeah, the Divine Warrior plus all the stuff behind it is just pushes through the bot lane despite there being 2 Arcane Golems there. It's just so tough to fight back against these Divine Warriors.
And Mephisto 10 XP away from Mana Frenzy. It's looking very bad for Frog Daddy.
Yeah, it's just, like I said before, it's just, Mordar can just pretty much beat Milloween at her own game, and this is exactly what is happening here. And now Mephisto has Mana Frenzy and is full HP. Frog Daddy,
yeah. The Tombstone to hopefully get back in this game.
I mean, okay, yeah, the Tombstone does go down without resing anything, so that's something, but...
He's stacking the Arcane Golems down bot. I don't think he should be doing that. That Curse Bearer's aura is going to pick away at them either way. And then they get stuck on a single Divine, and they're not going to get past it.
This has been the problem ever since Perk 3 was hit, is just 2 Arcane Golems seem so scary, but then a single Divine Warrior can just hold them off forever while, like, Succubus Curse Bearer just does the damage.
Frog Daddy with the GG. I think he's conceded.
Yeah, it looks like it's hopeless at this point. Something is gonna end him here. And that's it. That's the end of Frog Daddy's run through the tournament. He got really far and did extremely well. But
he did knock down the Tenchi, which a lot of people didn't think was possible. The Tenchi was doing so well.
Yeah. right. So let's see. So we're gonna take a brief few-minute break while we get set up for the next match, and I think I'm gonna go back to the admin stuff, and we'll have a new caster in to finish up the last 2 matches.
A new caster?
Yes.
Who's
Oh,
that?
sorry about that. Anyways, so we'll be back soon.
We will return with Cat versus Video Gamer to determine who is number 1. And we've returned from the break. Rush Second has gone back to the administrative role, and we've brought out the one and only Jarvo 10 to help cast the rest of the matches.
Hey James, how's it going? How are the games so far today?
Jarvo. The games have been spectacular. Have you been watching them?
I only watched the last one. I've been pretty busy with work things this morning, but I've come out of retirement, it seems.
Glad you could be here. So we did get the bans out from Cat and Video Gamer. They have both opted to ban Volko from each other. What do you think about that?
Just based on the last tournament, Gamer was really had a really big problem with the Volko in the last set of matches. I'm still a little bit surprised he didn't ban the Mortar, and then Cat doesn't want to play the Volko either. It just seems really strong and really tough to deal with.
How do you feel about Video Gamer's Ratbow? We saw in the last tournament that's been a very oppressive deck, and Cat was only able to beat it because of the Volko. How do you think this match is going to turn out?
Yeah, so I think Ratbow is going to play a huge part in this. Me and Gamer made that deck a little bit together, and I scrimmed against it last time, and he's only better with it now. I think that's his best deck, and that's his best way to win it down. Coming out of Cat, I see that he brings a Stormbringer. What do you think about that one?
Stormbringer in the current meta, I feel like he's not bad, but he's not the greatest. You know, we've been seeing a lot of Ravager, which I'm surprised neither of them brought. That's usually an instant ban, which is why I think both of the Volkos got banned. But Stormbringer, let's see, he's running the Armored Escort combo along with Fire Imp and Divine Warrior, so it could allow for a pretty sizable push.
Yeah, for sure. I think Stormbringer might be a little bit underrated now, but that's just a personal opinion. Also, we've seen Cat's Mortar, or I've heard anyways, his Mortar has been super successful. What do you have on that?
Well, I'm kind of biased towards Mordar. He's probably my most played master, just because you can pull so much value out of the reses, and I think every time you res something that's at least 4 mana, it puts you so much more ahead of your opponent. Of course, his auto attack is pretty weak, but if you've banned out the King Puffer Ravager and they're not running the Rammer Dragon Ball combo, Mordar's a pretty powerful pick.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's interesting. We got here first matchup KP versus Stormbringer. This is the question deck out of Cat, I assume, is that Stormbringer, can he pull a win? And KP, that's Gamer's deck. That's him.
It's possible Cat chose Stormbringer first just to see if he could get that win, get it out. Can't, then still has 2 more decks to go through.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's a pretty even start. Cat with the very slight XP lead. We all know King Puff is at his strongest once Perk 2 comes out. And Gamer, for the longest time, I thought was the best at KP until he pulled out that Ratbow deck and crushed me in the last tournament. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, Gamer always been strong on that KP. We'll look to push through here. Obviously, it's just going to be a battle to Perk 2, as that's a big power perk for both.
Let's see, the Crystal Archers from Cat. What do you think about those?
Crystal Archers they're pretty strong. That's the only way to put it. The pinnacle of DPS used to be Plazmarines, and I think they've been slightly replaced by Crystal Archers. Here's something I love at a Gamer too. He brings out the Blastmancer. Not a lot of people playing it, but there's tons of spam right now.
And then not even spam, just a lot of lower range units, stuff like Spear Throwers. They only have 100 health. Blastmancer can shoot through it pretty quickly.
Yeah, I guess spam. I wouldn't really count plasma marines and drone buzzers as spam, but that's kind of what I was referring to.
Just these multi-unit, kind of weak, squishy units. Just very effective. And that bonus chip damage that you gain every time it procs slowly adds up over time.
Yeah, an extremely underrated part of Blastmancer. So we do have Gamer with a little bit of a lead here. Looks like he's gonna hit perk 2 first, which could put Cat in a little bit of trouble.
Cat did get off his Armored Escort play, and they are mana surged, which makes them pretty strong. But Prowler and Assassin is gonna make quick work of them.
There you go. Gamer hits perk 2, and this is when KP really starts to take off. Here's that Divine Warrior that everybody seems to love.
It's shown up in almost every deck this tourney. And that Assassin, if it gets Rage, is insanely strong. I find with KP, you don't just want to run 4 and 5 mana cards. You want cards that are force multipliers, stuff that are even stronger with those buffs. So Spear Throwers have always been insane in KP. Assassin, if it gets Rage, one-shots so many more units. It's really stuff like that that makes it so much stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting to note that Gamer's not running Propeller Horde in here like most people.
Why do you think that is?
I think Gamer thinks it's a little cheesy, and he doesn't like to play the cheese very much. So that would be my only assumption.
Yes, I hate running into the King Puff decks on ladder where it feels like they're not playing all their cards, and then as soon as they hit perk 2, you just see a Propeller Horde come out, and then they combust it and you explode. It's very annoying to deal with, especially if they've just been holding onto those 2 cards the entire game.
Yeah, Gamer with that Blastmancer again, just clearing the entire board from Cat.
You can see he's going very far to protect it just because it pressures any other unit that Cat wants to play.
Here we go, coming up. There's that Flame Imp. Surprised that Gamer doesn't decide to Dragon Ball that, but almost dead anyways.
He does have the Dragon Ball in hand, waiting to play it. He might be looking for the best opportunity, and he's taking it.
Yeah, maybe looking for that Armored Escorts part of it instead of not worrying about the Flame Imp. It was just his Blastmaster to protect.
Flame Imp, very strong defensive. I think he thinks his Armored Escorts are just a lot stronger offensively, so he wants to get rid of those.
We got Gamer coming up to perk 3 here. Not really much of a map buff for him, so Cat, with able to keep the XP around the same, probably should get a little bit ahead here.
As we all know, Stormbringer's perk 3 really changes the matchup, but with this Scrat tank, the pings from Stormbringer aren't going to be too effective, especially when a lot of his units are pretty tanky.
Yeah, Cat's gonna have to find a way to deal with that Scrat tank as soon as it gets across the bridge to keep his perk active from Stormbringer. Also, Cat getting pretty low here, down to 1300 HP. Gamer almost at 2500.
Gamer's gonna be looking for a lot of those pings, because that might make or break this matchup here, since they're so even otherwise. Gamer with the slight XP lead, only about 10, but it might not be big enough.
Yeah, here comes out.
Very strong units top.
Comes out again with this Blastmaster, gonna get some more pings off on face, and probably almost kill that Flame Imp in the back too.
And it's Rage for another 50% more damage. It's gonna let it shred through all these other units. But it doesn't increase the global damage up to 30 like you'd think. It's still 20 global, even with Rage.
Cat's got a bit of a push here. Gamer's looking maybe like he's in a little bit of trouble, but that perk 3 from KP keeping him safe.
Letting him play a lot more risky with the aggro. And something to note, now that a lot of Cat's units have marksmanship for that +2 range, they do outrange KP's auto attack.
Yeah, that is it's extremely annoying to deal with once KP can't kill things like Plasma Marines, and I think the Crystal Archers range them anyways, but just that little extra DPS that you have to deal with now.
Especially the Crystal Archers, who at 14 range cover most of the entire arena.
There's that Divine to keep Cat safe from that big push top lane.
Dragon
Oof.
Fireball comes out, but hits nothing.
That was a big misplay from Gamer. Could cost him a whole lot here. Scream and Scrat cleaned it up for him. Good guy,
He still
Scream and
has a
Scrat.
very healthy health pool to draw from.
Yeah, this one might turn out who gets to Mana Frenzy first. Gamer's got about 10 XP lead on him. And this Blast Master chip damage obviously is starting to get more and more important. Good
And it
swap.
is gonna allow him to get rid of all these.
There you go. Gamer with the Dragon Ball doesn't miss it this time. Dragon Ball doesn't get a hit on face, but still worth it to clean up that Fire Imp.
And the 150 face damage. It's nothing to scoff at. Do it a couple times and that's gonna kill Cat. Let's see, Gamer about to hit Mana Frenzy, literally 2 XP away, while Cat's 10 behind. Cat has both bridges, well did. He's in control now. Will this Mana Frenzy be enough?
Yeah, Cat's got a big tempo lead here. Gamer needs to maintain both, or at least one of the bridges back to make use of this Mana Frenzy while Cat doesn't have it.
This Divine Warrior is going to really shut down most of the pushes he can draw from, which even with Mana Frenzy, you don't have an answer for immunity.
Yeah, Cat now has Mana Frenzy too, so it'll just be a straight up battle of the bridges. I think this Blast Master might have a huge part in this too.
As long as you can keep playing them, they're going to keep blowing up minions.
Gamer with the big swap. That Divine Warrior though coming down.
As you can see, it's stopping most of his push again, but the Blastmaster is able to kill the support behind it.
This Blastmaster did so much work just clearing up, and it stops Cat from wanting to play things.
Yeah, he can't play a lot of his Plasma Marines, his Archers, Spear Throwers for instance, they're all going to get destroyed.
Yeah. Again, that Divine Warrior coming out for Cat.
Now Cat was finally able to single out one, but a second one already came out.
That was dirty timing by Gamer, by the way, when he perfectly timed the Divine Warrior with the Prowler.
Dragon Fireball going to face, forces Cat's Divine Warrior.
Yeah,
Assassin almost hitting.
Yeah.
Assassin
Gamer's just getting
might
that
end
chip
it.
damage. Oh, close.
Morgul's Roar took that Assassin out of stealth.
Yeah, this Blastmaster looking to almost finish the game here for Gamer. Dragon Fireball face.
Screaming Scrat to save it, but at 55 he's dead to the next Dragon Fire and 2 Blastmasters. That's 3 procs.
There we go. The Scrat tank hits it up first, and we see Gamer pull out the KP and get a win versus Cat Stormbringer. So as sort of predicted, we thought Cat might bring out his Stormbringer first just to see if he can kind of get that cheeky win. Us viewing it as his weakest deck. So what do you think he brings out next? Do you think he brings out the King Buff or the Mortar?
Honestly, I think he might be thinking about that Mordar because rezzing minions might be more effective than KP's perk too. He's running a lot of, those AoE. He has his own. He has Whirly Scrat. He has Scrat Tank. He has a Drone Walker, which is pretty solid range DPS. Not as tanky as stuff like the Crystal Sentry, but on Mordar, he's just looking to res solid units.
Yeah, I think the Mortar is better too, mainly because of Video Gamer having that Blastmaster, and Cat's KP has a lot of split and a lot of kind of like medium HP, 100 to 60 minions in there as well. Just be able to deal with those.
Cat opts for the KP though.
The KP versus KP mirror. This is used to be Gamer's bread and butter right here.
The definition of a mirror matchup, both playing the same card. For the most part, Gamer is running the Dragon Ball, which Cat isn't. Pretty odd. Usually KPs run it just because you're already running so many.
Yeah, I think Cat has opted to go for the Daggerfall instead, which seems to be a little bit of an interesting choice. I'm not totally, I don't totally agree with it, but Cat is pretty good.
Mm-hmm. He has an idea in mind when he's choosing something over Dragon.
Pretty close match. Gamer took about 500 damage from that initial Spear Chucker push, but does have both bridges and a slight XP lead now because of that.
Mm-hmm. The Fire Imp cleans up most of that push. Dragon Whelp gets locked on to the Warrior, which means Cat's not going to take too much damage here.
Yeah, Gamer with grabbing both bridges back as well. Just looking to keep that XP lead, because if you can hit perk 2 quicker than your opponent in this matchup, it's huge.
Mm-hmm. Generally, the KP to hit perk 2 first is going to hold onto that lead. And as we saw, if Cat can get some pretty good shield procs on his units, that Dragon Fireball is not going to be too effective.
Yeah, I think this game it might turn down to be a little bit RNG who gets what for perk 2 options.
Mm-hmm.
Gamer with the swap just to keep both bridges.
Mm-hmm. A Zhao Long from Cat, not going to do a whole lot since Gamer only has 2 spells in the deck.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of people playing Zhao in the KP nowadays, but obviously worried about other matchups.
Let's see, oh, no, plays the Divine Warrior, but it will get removed from the Fireball.
Yeah, Gamer having to make the choice whether to Dragon Ball Flame Imp or the Drone Buzzers. Either one are kind of good options, but so far the Flame Imp is something worse to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Both players just hit perk 2, so this game might boil down to RNG. Who gets shields more, because that might be the better option right now for them.
Yeah, especially the Blastmaster will ping off the shields, but if it gets stuck on one of these larger units, it's not going to do anything.
Scrat take taking a lot of abuse there. Again, Cat with that Zhao, not really doing a whole ton.
Mm-hmm. As most people know, Zhao Long, unless he's activated, he's not a great DPS. He's an alright support card, but that's about it.
Here's Gamer's Blastmaster that we're talking about again, stopping Cat from wanting to play minions.
Mm-hmm. Gamer with the Dragon Fireball in hand.
There you go, Cat with the nice swap back to throw the Scrat Tank and Blastmaster into the Flame Imp.
Gamer holding off from playing it to also hit the Dragon Whelp. Interesting. Misses the Fire Imp though.
Big mistake from Gamer. Now you got a big push from Cat coming up.
Mm-hmm. Those Dragon Whelps on face, they're going to take a while to die, and they each represent 50 DPS.
That Flame Imp still alive. Took out pretty much everything too. Cat with looking like a little bit of a tempo lead here.
Let's see, the Spear Throwers to take out the Drone Buzzers. The Zhao's not doing a whole lot. Scrat Tank to tank, but that's about it. Video Gamer is in the dominant position here.
Yeah, he's looking for a little bit of a reset here with that Scrat Tank at the back. Willing to frenzy that Zhao though.
Mm-hmm. We're about to see perk 3 from both players, but it's not an offensive perk, it's only defensive, so it's not going to have too much weight going forward.
Yeah, we're seeing a pretty close game here. Within, well, almost exactly tied for XP. It's pretty much who's going to get the best value out of their perks here. If Gamer can keep his Blastmaster ticking, I think that'll be a huge win condition for him.
Mm-hmm. Can you hit shields when you need a unit to be shielded? Can you hit rage when you're on your DPS units? It's gonna be very close.
Gamer choosing to Dragon Ball those Drone Buzzers that time.
Mm-hmm. Cat with a slight health lead here, but it's really gonna come down to who can eke out the smallest bit of value here. It's getting pretty close too. They're still equal in XP.
Yeah, Gamer once again looking for this Blastmaster value, hopefully getting ticks on face, and looking to clean up maybe that Zhao and stop the shields from those Dragon Whelps.
The Blastmaster will clean up these shrimps.
Gamer with the swap, Cat with the swap back.
Reset those bridges. Zhao only hit twice for what, like 75 damage, but every bit of damage counts here.
Yeah. Cat did deny that Prowler Leap face with having the top bridge there, so that's super important. Yeah, Gamer probably looking to play this Blastmaster as much as he can.
Fire about to remove the assassin and the spear throwers. Dragon Fireball gets rid of the Fire Imp though.
Yeah, this is the closest game I think I've ever seen. They're almost tied in XP and HP.
It doesn't help that their decks are so similar. They can't really pull out an advantage here. Because when they play an answer to one thing, they're also running the answer to that thing.
Yeah, and so far it seems like whenever one person swaps, the other person just swaps it right back. Proving me to be a liar right there.
Cat facing down a pretty scary push. Takes a hit from the Prowler jump. Cat falls to 500.
Yeah, Gamer taking a little bit of an HP lead. This Blastmaster procs, if you can start hitting these, are going to be major important.
Ooh, looks like this Blastmaster might die though. Yup.
Yeah, Gamer with a little bit of a misplay. Now Cat has a big push, XP lead, and both bridges.
He's at a slight health loss, but that might not matter here. And then even going into Mana Frenzy, that Blast might be strong enough. As long as it doesn't hook onto a tank, it's going to keep clearing away a lot of the smaller fodder.
Yeah. Gamer needs to grab that bot bridge to keep the invulnerability.
Now Cat with the Mana Frenzy. It's going to be very close. He does play the Blastmancer.
Yeah, we're looking like a close one. Cat just barely squeaks that one out, getting Mana Frenzy first with that final push.
Had Gamer opted for something other than the Blastmancer, it probably would have saved him there. But that was the risk he was willing to take if it meant winning the game.
Yeah, so again, close fight. The difference there, I mean, Blastmaster just was probably not the right position at the last there. And obviously Cat gets Mana Frenzy with that slight 10 XP lead, really forcing Gamer to throw down.
So let's see, that leaves Video Gamer with Ratbow or Milliwing. Now we saw how dominant Gamer's Ratbow was. Not much of the Milliwing. We have seen him playing it pretty often, using the beam as a very aggressive ending the game move. But which one he pulls out here, we can't really be sure.
I would think you would go with the Ratbow. KP has maybe a little bit of a tougher time dealing with the spam, and there's no Blastmaster in Cat's deck for Gamer to have to worry about.
Very true. And the Daka could be very effective. A lot of Cat's, solid minions.
Yeah, I think you I think the Ratbow is his best way to win this matchup. I think you don't hide it for another game. I think you just pull it out and hope for your best here. But Cat's deck is strong with that KP. Interesting choice. What do you think about the Daggerfall over the Dragon Ball there?
In Cat's deck?
Yeah. I'm assuming that would be your choice, either Daggerfall or Dragon Ball.
It's not a bad choice. Generally, you run Dragon Fireball purely because you have so many activators, It's always going to be active. But I guess, Cat probably thought about this, the KP versus KP matchup. If the stuff you want to Dragon Fireball gets shielded, it's pretty much useless. Whereas Daggerfall, it does still work in other matchups as, cheap face damage. It has a wider area, so it can clear out other units. They're both very unique spells and serve very different purposes, but I think Cat might have benefited a bit more from Dragon Fireball that game.
Yeah, here we go. Gamer choosing to bring out the Rapo.
Mhm.
I think his strongest deck right now.
Running the Zhao again, probably not the greatest. It is very good against these shrimps, but since KP only has one spell, and that's only the perk 1, it's not going to be too effective otherwise.
Yeah, and KP has pretty good answers to it with Spear Chuckers and Drone Buzzers, so Zhao Long really isn't a big benefit here.
That Screaming Scrat, very effective, took out 3 of the 4 Spear Throwers.
Gamer choosing to Divine Warrior those Drone Buzzers and then Daggerfall them. Interesting.
A very proactive Divine Warrior play from Gamer.
I think I would have liked them see them just go face and him deal with that, and then just grab the bridge a little cheaper, but Gamer with about a 10 XP lead here will be extremely important. Once he gets Daka, you can start taking down that, hopefully that Scrat tank and any sort of mid-range big units that Cat has.
Gamer would have to misplay pretty hard for the Daka to not kill the Scrat tank, but this Wheel of Doom, I can't really see it getting too much value here. Cat's really gonna have to play into it for it to work.
Yeah, I don't think Wheel of Doom is designed to play into KP for the most part, but getting us some value out of it here. Oh, not hitting the Spear Thrower, so.
Nor the face, only gets the Fire Imp. And then yeah, that's something I hadn't thought of as well. Depending on what units get shielded, the Wheel of Doom won't kill them.
Yeah, that's true. So Wheel of Doom might end up being a dead card here for Gamer. Choosing to Divine Warrior to protect his face from the Shrimps and Zhao Long.
Not a bad trade, since he loses nothing from it. The Zhao not doing a whole lot here. Cat still fighting for these bridges, but Gamer, you know, as Ratbo doesn't have a problem holding bridges.
Yeah. Here you go, Gamer, with that Daka. Gamer obviously doesn't want to deal with that Flame Imp. Choosing to Wheel of Doom it both times it's been out.
He probably recognizes what we saw as well. That's probably going to be the most value it gets.
Yeah, I don't see it unless Cat decides to stack something in front of it that will die to Wheel 2. It will be the most value it should get. Here we go, Gamer looking to pull away with the XP lead a bit. Cat obviously fighting for those bridges, but Rapo just so many tools to grab that. Cat plays the Shrimps to grab both the bridges. Successfully gets one, swaps to get the other one.
A trick swap at this point is really only effective for taking both bridges for Cat. He's not really using it, you know, as other just to separate minions while they're stunned, kill it. Cat was smart.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Cat was smart. Placed the Scrat tank to block the Daka, but the Daka didn't really do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, I think Gamer misplayed there a little bit. As he's going after the Flame Imp the entire game, I assume Cat would be expecting the Daka or the Wheel of Doom there, so probably hovering that Scrat tank.
Gamer again with that Divine Warrior. He's not really using it defensively, using it very proactively here before Cat does anything.
Gamer choosing to wheel the Flame Imp again, clearly worried about it, or just realizing that that's his best value.
Video Gamer is holding on a pretty good lead here in XP. His perk 3 is going to come out a lot sooner, which means he's going to be holding onto these bridges a lot harder than Cat is.
Gamer with the missed Daka one more time. And raging that Zhao too. Now he's got a big push to deal with.
And as we know, Scrats don't hit air units. And Zhao with his high attack speed will kill most of these Scrats if he didn't fall to those propeller Scrats.
Yeah, Divine Warrior is still proven to be a problem though. Just keeping Gamer safe for the most part.
He is at perk 3 now, but Cat's not far behind. But I'm not really sure where Cat can go from here. He's still
Yeah.
slowly falling behind.
Yeah, and KP's perk 3 is not really an offensive perk 3, whereas Rappo's perk 3, 2 extra scrats every time a minion's played, ends up being pretty big.
All I know from this point, it's going to be very close to see who wins. Especially Cat running, you know, 2 3-mana minions by way of Plasma Marines. They're pretty effective, especially in this matchup.
Gamer choosing to wheel that Flame Imp again, enrages this out. Not really a big deal because he can just keep it occupied with those scrats that he spawns.
Of course, saves the Daggerfall for those drone buzzers. I'm wondering if Cat's just getting a bit unlucky here and not getting shields and getting rage when he really wants shields.
Cat is climbed back though, XP lead. Cat has a slight XP lead, to my surprise.
And to hold it, he's probably fishing for shields here, just to make his units, you know, stand up a bit more. The Ratbow doesn't have a whole lot of anti-air units.
Cat also recognizing that Gamer wants to kill his Flame Imp all the time, and so having that Zao out every time he plays the Fire Imp.
I think from here, this is Cat's victory. Gamer's not playing as fast as he was before now that Cat's in the groove, and I think he has his cycle where he wants it.
Yeah, it seems like Cat has a little bit of advantage. Gamer missed 2 Dakas in a row, which was absolutely huge. Gonna get one here. But
massive overkill on the Warrior, though.
Yeah, it might have just been a little bit of a misplay that has cost Gamer these games, but he's fighting back now. That Zao doing decent damage on Cat's face. Cat getting pretty low, actually.
With the shield, it does take KP about 3 hits. But other than that, not much is happening. Gamer hovered the Wheel of Doom looking to sack his own minions just to kill the Fire Imp.
Yeah, I think Gamer's proven that he's going to do that over and over again, but maybe looking for a little more value out of it this time. Getting those shrimps too. Yeah, Gamer brings it back almost even in the XP lead. Cat's only got about a 4 or 5 XP lead here. Yeah, if Gamer gets some good Dakas, he can definitely push back.
And we can see here the Fire Imp is doing exactly what Gamer's fearing. It's holding these bridges here from the scrats. And it's letting Cat push forward, albeit slowly. I don't think Gamer can afford to spend 4 mana on the Wheel of Doom anymore.
No, I don't think so. I think that's a big mistake, was just getting 4 mana for 4 mana after the Flame Imp was already successfully killing things.
It's the same issue with Divine Warrior and Arcane Bolt. If the Divine Warrior already blocks some damage, it's too late.
Yeah, and Cat even realizing that he doesn't want to play Scrat Tank anymore because Gamer will just answer it with Daka. So Cat just forgoing it, not even opting to play that.
It doesn't matter how many units are on the field. Daka will not kill a Divine Warrior. Cat now in Mana Frenzy.
Yeah,
Cat
taking
might
a
be
bit of
able to end it
damage.
here.
Gamer needs to grab that bottom bridge. Those Scrats could possibly end it if he would have just took it with Divine.
He had at least 7 scrats for 70 DPS. But it looks like this is Cat's win now. He's pumping out units, and Gamer doesn't have the answer for it.
Yeah, Gamer just not able to get good Dakas this game at all, and Cat just swarming them down at this point. Yeah, Gamer hits Mana Frenzy, little too late, but seemed to put out a good fight. He just messed up those 2 Dakas in a row, and just fell behind from that point, and Cat just played pretty good the entire time.
So that leaves Cat 2-1 Video Gamer. Gamer down Volko, Ratbow, and King Puff, leaving his Milloween deck. And honestly, I don't think that Milloween deck is going to be strong enough versus KP.
That all depends. Can Gamer get a little bit of value out of Wheel and Beam instead of just getting that Fire Imp? And obviously he's got the Divine Warrior with with the turtle behind it. The arcane golem is super strong, but he needs to get value out of his spells other than just trading 4 for.
That was my biggest issue with Arcane Bolt. Sure, it could remove a Divine Warrior, but it's still an even trade. When you're using spells, you really want to get an advantage out of it. And especially with Beam at 7 mana, it's going to be very hard to get at least 7 mana out of it. You'll be lucky to lose at least 2.
Yeah. Here we go into the game. Gamer looking at elimination here. Against a tough opponent, Cat, who just looks supreme on this KP. Gamer's starting hand not very good here. No split. Both spells.
Very slow start. KP splits the Plasma Marines as everyone usually does.
Yep, Gamer willing. Oh, hovered the Wheel of Doom, but choosing not to. Looking to possibly beam something. Nope, Cat's just gonna let that thing die to I don't even know what that thing's called.
Whirly Scrat, yeah, but it's an even
Whirly
trade.
Scrat. Oh.
Cat with a very slight lead, but Gamer, if he wants to pull this one out, I think he's gonna need the XP advantage here.
Yeah, Gamer doesn't really have a good way to deal with those drone buzzers in this Milloween either, except for the Arcane Golem. So if once those come out, he's gonna have a tough time, especially when they come out with shields or rage.
And as we saw in other games, these Divine Warriors really shut down any large turtle push you do. Sure, he has the beam, but that's not going to cut through Divine.
Yeah, Gamer probably just does not have an answer to Divine with the big turtle push. He's gonna have to find a way to either get an advantage here or opt to use his spells in a good way.
We can see he starts beaming the face just to kill the Fire Imp. Not a bad play. We saw tons of people do it back when Beam of Doom only cost 6 mana. You would just beam a mid-range unit.
Yeah, looking for the 300 face damage plus the level up on the Arcane Golem there. Not a terrible play, but you're still trading. You're losing your mana advantage here.
Not looking good for Gamer, especially since KP has the bridge control card. And as you said before, those drone buzzers, they're going to be very effective.
Yeah, I just don't know what Gamer's answer is to him. Like Propeller Scrats and the Arcane Golem are the only things that hit air. And his spells are so expensive, he's going to have a tough time building his Arcane Golem until later.
Even with the Arcane Missiles, it's going to delete a Zhao, but it's not going to do much else.
There you go, you see Cat swapping the Arcane Golem into the Scrat tank.
And there's the Fire Imp cleaning up.
I think a little bit of a poor positioning on Cat's part on that Fire Imp, Zhao allowing to destroy it.
Luckily the turtle's pretty slow, so it didn't walk into the flames, but it does die to the spear throwers anyway. He has another turtle coming out, but like you said before, his only spells are very expensive. He's not going to get a lot of stacks.
Yeah, Gamer using this Curse Bearer so he can kill the Zhao with the Propeller Scrats there. Yeah, and there's that Divine Warrior, like you said, gonna be stopping the push from the Arcane Golem, even though it's early on and we're not at the big ones. It's just, that's pretty much what is gonna happen the entire time.
Especially as a ranged unit, it's also gonna let Cat hold on to these bridges, if only for a few seconds longer, just start building up a slight lead.
Gamer has gotten quite a bit of an XP lead now. He's up about 15, so that could be important because Milo's strongest point is perk 3. So if Gamer can find a way around those Divine Warriors, he's definitely got a shot here.
Those level 5 golems are very threatening, but it's still not enough for the most part.
Gamer stalling out, holding on to Arcane Missiles here. Divine on Divine action.
Just wailing at each other. and nothing's happening. And as you can see, these golems, they're not doing enough.
Gamer does get a pretty good wheel there, which is nice to see because he hasn't gotten very many of those so far.
But Wheel of Doom does not grab bridges.
Cat with that scrap take running into the Arcane Golem.
And with Rage, it's going to be putting out some DPS. Responds with the Divine. Cat responds by swapping. And the Fire Imp still gets a couple hits off of that turtle. This is looking pretty bad for Gamer.
Yeah, Gamer's got nothing to protect that Arcane Golem up there versus the Shrimps and the Divine either. Just looking really tough.
They are pretty equal in XP, but Gamer doesn't want to be
pretty equal in XP, but Cat looks like he's just got the tempo. Even having the mana just to play Scrat Tank in the most defensive position he can.
Yeah, Gamer responds with a very early Divine Warrior. Turtle's not even there to help.
Gamer did get a pretty good beam there. Nice Divine Warrior to protect that Zao from the Arcane Missiles. But Gamer is going to start stacking Arcane Golems here if he can protect this bottom one.
The Gamer did cycle to his other Arcane Golem, but Cat's already at his Scrat Tank, and followed behind is going to be another Divine.
Yeah, Gamer's stacking him up bot lane. That the Cat just going to cycle this Divine Warrior and probably hold both of those, I would assume.
I don't think Cat was running Crisp Bear, but even then, I don't think he needs it. It's just going to stall for a pretty long time, especially with that Fire Imp.
Yeah. Oh, Gamer missing the beam on the Fire Imp. That's
and KP's
huge.
perk 3 means he doesn't take much damage either. The 2 turtles fall.
Yeah, that's big. Missed beam on the Flame Imp, and then the 2 turtles just fall to it. Gamer needed a way to deal with that, or at least just kill the Flame Imp. That being said, Gamer's not out of it completely yet. He is down a little bit of XP and HP, but as long as he can find better ways to deal with this Flame MP, he has a chance.
And if he can hit Mana Frenzy first somehow, it's going to let him stack up the turtles, and that should give him the lead he needs.
Yeah, looking pretty rough though. That Divine Warrior Flame Imp combo proven to be the classic. Just able to push through crazy amounts of targets.
Decides to beam a Fire Imp and Plasma Marines. It equals 7 mana, but that's expensive. Both very close to Mana Frenzy now. Cat only 20 XP away, Gamer only 25.
Yeah, Gamer's also only got 300 HP, so Cat obviously looking to probably end this game before Mana Frenzy so he doesn't have to risk it.
And a big problem for Gamer, even once he hits Mana Frenzy, this Wheel of Doom's not going to do a whole lot. It's going to get stuck behind his own units.
Yeah. See, those Arcane Golems cleaning up that Flame Imp, but they still took a ton of damage from it. And Cat will probably have the mana to bring back the Divine Warrior or the Scrat Tank.
Less than 200 and 450. They're going to die to the Shrimps.
Cat's just got too good of answers with this KP for that. For those Arcane Golems, just not able to get enough value out of them. The Flame Imps or the Scrat Tanks and the Divines, just killing them right away.
And now Cat's about to hit Mana Frenzy. I don't think Gamer can pull it off.
Yeah, Cat with both bridges control, Mana Frenzy, ready to push Gamer down. Gamer would have to probably pull out a miracle for this one to happen. Cat even swapping away the Zao.
Gamer about to hit Mana Frenzy himself though.
Gamer getting a bit better of a beam there. That could be huge. All he has to do is now try to grab control of at least one bridge and stay alive.
If he can start stacking up these turtles, that might be enough. Especially when he starts playing that beam, it's going to let him just nuke a lot of his enemy's minions.
Oh, Gamer just barely missing that Flame Imp. That's huge for Cat. Able to push him probably through this little push here. Gamer obviously still trying. Grabs that top
Mhm.
bridge.
Gamer doesn't give up. He knows as long as you have health, game.
Looks like there's just a little bit too much on face at the top lane. And Cat looks like he's going to push through to our finals here.
Mhm.
Gamer with that very well played in the last little bit of that game, but just fell behind a little too early.
KP with his much lower curve just benefited a lot more, especially when your units, even though they're 4 to 5 mana with that free buff, they're worth a bit more. And Gamer's curve was just too heavy with that beam and trying to cycle the golems.
Yeah, I think that in this series we just saw a few too many misplays out of Gamer. Going back to the Dakas on the Rappo not hitting anything, and also I think he beamed face and tried to hit the Fire Imp and missed it completely and just hit face, and didn't even do that much damage because of perk 3.
Those tournament jitters. No matter how much you practice, once you start playing, everybody makes misplays here and there, and those tiny misplays really add up over the course of a couple games.
Yeah, if I think that if Gamer cleans up those misplays a little bit, we'd probably talking about a different series here, and at least looking for a game 5. But unfortunately, Gamer just a little bit too many misplays. Although Cat is a good player, so he's forcing them as well. So it's not all like Gamer's bad or anything.
But with that, we go to our finals. The final match. Cat versus Mephisto. The two titans of the tournament.
Yeah,
Although, I think
almost.
generally, we used to see Nuclear Goo up here all the time. He hasn't been competing as often for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, this has got to be the new classic. I remember about 6 months ago, the classic was like Rush versus Boxes. The classic now for me has got to be Cat versus Mephisto. There's not too many better players than these two out here right now competing.
And most people know Cat has a few tournaments under his belt already. Mephisto, in case most people don't know, has 2 of the King Puff skins that you can buy in the game. Both 2 very solid players.
Yeah, Cat wasn't able to compete in the last KPI for that, so probably looking to beat up on Mephisto here to prove that, like, I'm the better player, and you're just lucky I wasn't there, Mephisto.
That rivalry for the ages.
But we're just here waiting on the bans, and then we'll be getting on right away. I haven't seen Mephisto play today very much. Oh no, I watched a couple of games. What do you expect for the bans coming out of these 2 players?
Let's see. I think Cat's going to go ahead and ban Mephisto Stormbringer just because he's running the newly buffed Scrat Launcher. Because all they did was add 100 health. But that makes it so much harder to deal with if you don't have something cheap that you can throw at it right on the bridge. And once Marksmanship comes out, you can't touch it until you cross the bridge, which I think it's going to be a pretty big thing to deal with. And if you don't, you're going to lose, especially when you play it 3 times. If it's allowed to tick all the way down to 0 health, you win.
Yeah. The and Mephisto, yeah, I didn't see the Scrat Launcher, but Mephisto's decks here are a little bit unique. He's playing things like Battle Shihu, and he's playing the Tranquil Shihu. I like it. Mephisto bringing a little bit of a different flavor into the tournament scene.
And as we can see as well, Mephisto still brought 2 Divine Warriors in his decks to, let's see, how many does Cat has? 1, 2, 3. So you can tell Divine Warrior probably the most popular card in the series.
Yeah, Mephisto choosing to play a little bit different, but also probably recognizes that Divine Warrior is a must-needed card, especially in certain decks. It allows to stop big pushes, and it's just too good not to play.
I remember the times where the only minion you couldn't get past Living Statue, and now it seems that Divine Warrior is the card that just shuts down every push, and it's usually paired up with a Flame Imp to shut down a big push of mid-range units, or Curse Bearer to kill a lot of these larger units as well. it's just so versatile, even though all it is a shield for 7 seconds.
Yeah, both of them bringing out Mortar, who I thought was a little bit weak, but they just seem to be picking up like this 4 to 5 mana Mortar and just getting value reses every time consistently, and not looking for like the big res Mortar that we used to get with like Cleavers or Colossus a little bit and stuff like that. Just looking for, yeah, I'll get a Whirly Scrat or a Scrat Tank or a Drone Walker over and over again.
Especially when, what's the use of, you know, reviving a Cleaver Colossus when you know that Divine Warrior is going to come out and just say no, and then you just watch it die to the ranged DPS behind it. You just can't afford to waste so much time on these large value minions.
Yeah, Divine Warrior just looks a little bit too strong to deal with them, and to be fair, if you're the other player, do you really want to play a Divine Warrior in front of like a Drone Walker or like a Scrat Tank? I mean, sometimes, but it's usually not the most optimal play to do.
So until an answer comes out to Divine Warrior that will really, you know, be effective, because there's an Arcane Bolt, but even then it's a bit too slow.
Yeah, the issue with is Arcane Bolt works great, but lots of times you can't like predict the Divine Warrior being played in front of your Cleaver or in front of something. So if it tanks one hit, well, you just won that trade because you won a little bit of a tempo and you traded 5 for 5.
But I mean, the new season cards are coming out pretty soon. Season of the Werewolf, along with a new master. Well, it's Howling Moon, but it's just werewolf cards. It might be a big enough shakeup to really change the meta. Those werewolf cards seem pretty strong.
Yeah, I would love to see a shakeup meta away from Divine Warrior, get that other card, or get that card out of here, live for a little bit, and obviously that new master. Who's not excited for that?
Diona the Witch Hunter. What do you think about her? Have you seen her?
Yeah, so unfortunately I haven't. I would love to get a little bit of input but I've literally had 4 days off in the last 30 days, so I haven't been able to had a chance to look. But I've heard good things from people like Gamer.
All right. Since you don't know, maybe some other people aren't as well. So Diona's auto attack, it's as long range as, I believe, Setsu with the DPS of Ratbow. And she throws a bear trap on a lane every 30 seconds. It alternates. So if it starts top, it goes bottom next. It alternates and deals 50 damage to the unit that walks into it.
Does the bear trap hold them in place for a little bit, or?
I think so. It roots. I forget for how long, but I know it's like 50 damage.
Yeah.
Perk 1 is a trap card. It's a building for all intents and purposes that swaps when you play it. So the first time you play it, it might be a crossbow turret, or it'll be a taunt unit. And then it swaps when you play it, and I think they said it's going to cost 1 mana.
Yeah, it sounds like an interesting concept of a character. You'll have some good perks. I can't wait to see it. I'm trying to look it up right now, but I can't find it.
Yeah, let me see if I can get you the link.
But sure.
Make it easier.
Do we have? Okay, so if you're I think Cat might be the slight favorite here just because we haven't seen Mephisto playing as much lately. If you're Mephisto, who do you think? What do you get rid of here? Do you get rid of the Volko just like to be consistent, or do you get rid of the Mortar because that might be the toughest deck?
I don't know. It's pretty tough. We've seen a lot of the Volko throughout the tournament really just pull out these wins that you aren't expecting just because they're able to stall for so long and just slowly chip you down. Because we're not seeing Volkos, you know, get a big push and then go face and win. We're seeing them slowly grab the marked bridge, play like 3 cards, go back a bit, store some mana, and then do it again over the course of 5-6 minutes until you've finally been worn down. And for most people, if you don't have healing like with Clear Skies, because not a lot of people are running it, you're going to lose eventually, and just trying to focus on that marked bridge means you're probably going to lose elsewhere as the Volko just takes the lead.
Yeah, I think I agree that the Volko is probably the problem. Cat seems to be extremely good on it too when I watched him last tournament, and confident on that. And he's also running the Fire Up Divine Warrior in that deck, so like you're just running into that same problem where if you make a big push, well, Cat's just gonna say no thanks. That push is done. I'm just gonna play Divine, and then Fire Imp, and then I'll just grab my bridge back, chip you down.
Mm-hmm. And with no way to stop the Divine, it's gonna work every time.
Yeah.
Let's see, is Mephisto running King Puff? He's not either, so there's no way to split that push. If he has a spell, like he has Wheel of Doom in some of his decks, but that's not gonna get past it. He has Black Hole in his Setsu deck, but that only slows it for a second, and it doesn't even remove the Divine Warrior either.
Yeah, it just kind of stalls it for a little bit, and that's it. So if you're Cat here, what do you want to get rid of from Mephisto?
It's a tough choice. Mephisto is pretty solid overall, but I think if I were Cat in this position, I'd want to get rid of annoying to deal with that I couldn't answer. And I think as of right now, it might be that Mordor deck.
Yeah, again with that Mortar deck just being they have sort of similar decks, just getting solid reses consistently the whole game. Nothing crazy, but you just chip her down and you get 4 to 5 mana every time. The deck that scares me from Mephisto is the Setsu. If he decides to leave that Valko open, and then Mephisto decides to play Setsu into it, he's got an Empowered Soul Stealer with Shock Rocket, Black Hole, and able just to kind of control the flow a little bit there. I would look to ban that.
Mm-hmm. Especially if Mephisto doesn't ban the Volko, that Empowered Soul Stealer probably just sweeps it, because the Fire and Divine Warrior, it'll get stuck on the Divine, but he doesn't actually have a whole lot of anti-air cards. He has Daggerfall to do some damage, he has Dragon Whelp, he has Plasma Marines, but those would have to be played after he's already played his Divine, and if he's playing the Divine to stop something else, he probably won't have the mana to kill it after.
Yeah, we're starting now. We did get the bans in too. Both players ban Mortar away. We're gonna see Cat on Stormbringer first and Mephisto here on Milloween.
Mm-hmm. Cat once again probably trying to get rid of his weakest deck, just to see if he can get a win out of it, and if not, it's the first game.
Yeah,
it probably will put him in a good position, because then he knows Mephisto's stuck on Milloween.
Yeah, I'm always scared of Mephisto's Milloween. The first time I ever played this game and saw a tournament, I saw Mephisto on Milloween and just roll everybody. So I'm always excited to see him back on this hero.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Cat couldn't kill that Screaming Scrat fast enough, so it just blows up all the units around Morgirl.
Both with a ton of bridge grab out of both.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna be fighting over the bridges all day.
Mephisto hits perk 1, just slightly ahead of Cat here. Important to get that Arcane Golem rolling.
As fast as possible. If you can reach perk 3, when you have a huge advantage, it just lets you win. Because those level 5 golems really start stacking up, especially once the mana regeneration has increased.
Yeah,
but
it could be.
Crystal Archers.
Cat gets out his armored. Cat gets out his armored escort here, looking to deal with that. Obviously, that Divine Warrior comes down from Mephisto to stop at least half that push.
Mm-hmm. You can see Mephisto with his own Crystal Archers. He understands their power. Their range is insane. They're pretty much safe from most other threats that something like a Plasma Marine has to deal with. Not even things like Incubus can really touch them all too easily, as long as you distract the Incubus. And once they're mana surge, that DPS is insanely high.
Yeah, they're extremely tough to deal with. The extra range and the things that kill them, like Daggerfall and stuff like that, just kill Plasma Marines too. So I think they're just overall better than Plasmas at this point.
Mm-hmm.
We see Mephisto here with a little bit of a lead, about 6 mana, or 6 XP, sorry. And Cat has a little bit of an HP lead, playing those armored escorts.
Mm-hmm. Mephisto with the Wheel of Doom, though, if Cat misplays his armored escorts, they're just gonna eat the wheel.
Yeah, Cat needs to remember to split them every time, keep them safe. Oh, that was That was a big misplay out of Mephisto throwing that wheel into the Divine Warrior.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what's going on in Mephisto's head right there, but that's definitely not what you want to do.
Oh, like we said, Cat looking to show Mephisto that he should have won the tournament last time, and the great storyline of that. But Mephisto is slightly ahead on XP here.
Mm-hmm. And Stormbringer has hit perk 2, which I think is going to beat out those arcane missiles. Just that +2 range is going to make all of his range units trade a lot better.
I think the real answer here will be, can Cat stop the level, or the perk 3, the level 5 arcane golem?
Mm-hmm. Because if Cat can't, he might not be able to win. Let's see, since Mephisto has his own Divine Warrior, Stormbringer's pings aren't going to be too effective if they get wasted on it.
Yeah, I think the Divine Warrior is the only thing that blocks those, though, from Cat. And it's the only thing that blocks Wield, too. So Cat's got to be very good on those Divines.
Mm-hmm. It's his most defensive answer, and it's going to be answering a lot of Mephisto. Mephisto, with the slight XP lead, though, is going to let his Golem start getting a bit stronger just in time for Stormbringer's perk 3 as well.
Yeah, Cat playing Armored Escorts again, looking to push Mephisto down. Probably going to split them like every other time. Well, I'm assuming we'll see that like, oh, good Divine Warrior. I'm assuming that we'll see that every time.
Very good Divine. Cat definitely saw it coming. And now that they're alive and Mephisto's down that 4 mana, it's putting him in a very awkward...
Yeah, Cat kind of even made up for the XP difference. Now they're about tied and going to hit perk 2 at pretty much the same time. Sorry, perk 3.
Mm-hmm. And Mephisto with the Arcane Missiles is able to save some value here. If he can keep executing that Fire Imp, it's going to let him pull ahead.
Yeah, perk 3 for both players here. We'll just see who can hold the Divine. Is Mephisto going to go for that wheel again? Not looking like it.
Mm-hmm. If I were Mephisto, I wouldn't. Chances are it's going to get blocked, and then you're down 4 mana, and I don't think you can waste that much mana like that.
No, he's even having to Arcane Missiles one of the sentries to keep them down. He's worried about that damage. That's a good wheel, though. Lots of value out of there.
Mm-hmm. Even if it's a bit too late, it still gets rid of a lot of minions and sets up your own push.
We're actually seeing the Stormbringer chip perks come into play here quite a bit. Not hitting the Divine Warrior a whole ton.
Mm-hmm. And as you can see, Cat, he's playing that Divine Warrior in the lane that the Arcane Golem's coming down. He knows that if he just keeps answering the Golem, Mephisto's not going to be able to win this.
Yeah. Yeah, Mephisto having to play very defensively right here. Seems to be just losing the tempo battle.
And the more defensive he plays, the more of Cat's global pings he's going to get off. And it's just going to make him trade worse and worse.
Yeah, Cat even having time to play the Armored Escorts. Just freely, not worried about it at all. Saving his Divine, obviously, for that Arcane Golem push that's coming.
Mm-hmm. He is still keeping up NXP, though, which is pretty good. It's going to keep him in this game.
Yeah, Mephisto only down about 5 XP and a little bit of 100 or about 1,000 HP. So Cat's just kind of slow and steady wins the race here. I would have liked to see Mephisto hold on to that Wheel of Doom a little bit longer and try to get the Sentry and the Crystal Archer in there too.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna have to pull as much value out of the wheel as he can, because that's about it. He's using it after the Divine already stops whatever push he had going in the other lane.
Yeah, it's that problem that apparently we're just gonna see over and over again. The wheel just doesn't get a good enough target.
Yeah, it's like I said before when I saw it, Wheel of Doom, it's a very but it doesn't help you push, because it's gonna hit your own minions.
Yeah, you have to have a lane open, and if you're, like you said, Wheel of Dooming a Divine Warrior, well, that Divine's already off, so you've already lost that trade. You're just making up for lost time now.
And now Mephisto's falling behind in XP here. Cat's 14 XP away from Mana Frenzy with both bridges are his.
Yeah, Cat pulling away here longer and longer. Mephisto's Arcane Golems aren't getting that big. They're not living that long. And he's not playing them in the same lane as Divine. He's not able to. Just has to answer too many things.
I think if he can play those Arcane Golems way in the back and start stacking them up on both sides of the arena, it might start doing something, because Cat only has one Divine Warrior.
Yeah, Mephisto needs this Arcane Golem push to be a little bit successful here. He needs to grab Mana Frenzy himself now that Cat's in Mana Frenzy. Mephisto, with a decent wheel that time at least, able to keep bot bridge for himself.
Wasn't blocked either, but there goes the Arcane Golem. And he's not cycling too quickly to the other ones.
Yeah, it might be just a little bit too late for Mephisto here, trying to catch up, but he is going to hit Mana Frenzy, so we'll see what happens.
Another thing as well, those Crystal Archers, they're really hitting most of Mephisto's units before they can even hit back.
Yeah, Cat looking to bring up a big push here. Mephisto probably looking for that wheel. Gets at least quite a few value targets out of it. Needs to grab a bridge. Needs some tempo out of it.
And if Cat keeps up the Mana Surge, those Crystal Archers are going to stack up, and the Crystal Sentries are just going to start shredding through most of Mephisto's units.
Yeah, here we go. Cat probably looking for the final push here. Mephisto only 500 HP, but Mephisto not willing to go away for free. Getting 2 Arcane Golems out for the first time in the game, I think.
Definitely going to see a 10-minute plus game.
Seeing Mephisto hold on the best he can. Divine Warrior, Arcane Golems. Oh, that Wheel of Doom's coming out fairly strong too at this point.
Had Mephisto not taken so much damage early, he might have been with his tower better. But he's so low, that's going to be game.
That's game. Mephisto just a little bit too far behind, and Cat's constant Stormbringer push just kept him down with the ranged minions and having that Crystal Archers surge up almost the entire game at the end there.
Insanely close. But you could see the little differences every time Mephisto took an inefficient trade. It just started going even closer into Cat's favor.
Yeah, we're seeing that Divine Warrior answers Arcane Golem pretty good. No matter what you do, it seems to be that's the way you beat it.
And we got some of the staff complaining about the 10-minute games. But it is the final match of the tournament between two people that really know what they're doing.
Yeah, like we said before, Mephisto won the last KPI. Cat just been dominant for the last little bit. I can't remember a time when he's looked bad. But
no, they're starting now. I was about to say, what's the hold up here?
Yeah. Oh, we got the Stormbringer mirror match here. Interesting to see. Cat brought it out last time, see if he get a win on his worst deck, which I'm assuming. And now Mephisto brings out Stormbringer with the Scrat Launcher, correct?
With the Scrat Launcher, very aggressive Stormbringer. Which, in this matchup, I don't think it'll be too powerful. Especially with that early Armored Escorts from Cat.
Yeah, it'll all depend on, can Cat kill that Scrat Launcher efficiently enough?
And I think he can. With so many long-range units, even this Reboomer's not going to do a whole lot. It'll just die.
Good wheel out of Mephisto there. Scrat Launcher has got quite a bit of damage, though.
And he was able to get one more hit off thanks to that 100 extra health from the last patch.
Tranquil Shihu probably going to heal up.
Oh, definitely. The perfect counter to Stormbringer.
Yeah, I love that card. Oh. What happened?
Cat? Cat, are you okay? What happened?
There's been an unforeseen error in the game, I guess. I'm not totally sure what happened here.
Let's see if I can message Cat here. What? Let's see how he responds.
Yeah. Interesting. The Stormbringer matchup looks to be. I don't know. I think the Scrat Launcher is going to be better. I think it wins.
Cat saying he got an error message. Esports ready game, guys. And he screenshotted it. I mean, I believe that would be counted as a loss against Cat. But if it is an error message, then yeah, that would count as a disconnect and outside of his hands.
Yeah, I would assume so. Hopefully it is a disconnect. We just got a reset here on the games.
Where did Cat screenshot it though? I don't understand. Well, at least that's the only error that's happened so far.
They're gonna restart the game with the same decks, Stormbringer v Stormbringer, and we're just gonna call her fresh from the clean.
All right. But if it happens again, that's when I think it starts going into it's up to Mephisto whether or not he wants to do.
Yeah, I think that you get one free DC essentially, and then what happens from that is your opponent's choice.
Now we're just waiting for them to get back in the game.
Yeah, nobody wants to see the two Titans throw games away at each other. We want to see it finished. I think the Scrat Launcher from Mephisto was proving to be good there. He'd had about 800 damage off in the first 2 minutes of the game, so I think Mephisto's Scrat Launcher deck is going to be successful.
As long as Cat can't really answer that efficiently, especially Mephisto's probably going to be holding on to it, waiting for the Armored Escorts. Just because that's 6 mana that he no longer has to answer it immediately.
Yeah, that's true. I never even thought about it like that, as the opportunity to wait for that Armored Escorts, and Cat doesn't have anything to answer it with. And in Cat's deck, most of the answers aren't really efficient to the Scrat Launcher there. We're just
Yeah, did you also disconnect?
Yep. Interesting.
As soon as I loaded in, it played the game over sound.
Maybe everybody restart Minion Masters?
I'm going to do Cleaver.
That's the plan. Wait. Game seems alright. Should probably do it out of safety though.
Yeah. Cat DC'd again. Or was that just everybody DCing?
I mean, I did it, you did it, he did it. Seems like much more than a coincidence.
Yeah. Every time I try to spectate now, it says spectating attempt failed with error code. Users offline. Alright, we're having some technical difficulties. We'll try to get this all figured out here in the meantime.
Alright, a quick reset fixed it for me. So, hopefully that's all Cat needs to do and it's alright.
Cat's having a few more issues here. So, as we wait for Cat to get back into this, what do you think Cat's answer to that Scrat Launcher are from Mephisto in that deck?
Honestly, I think as Stormbringer, he doesn't really need like a perfect answer. Just by way of having such long-range units, it's gonna work itself out. Like especially those Crystal Archers, they're gonna be able to hit it no matter where Mephisto places it. It's unlike with other masters where once you hit perk 2 with aerodynamics, now their Plasma Marines can't touch it and they have to cross the bridge. So in this case, I don't think Cat really has to make too much decisions. He just has to answer it quickly. But at 400 health, he can't remove it so fast. But it is going to stop a lot of damage. And as a 5-mana building, it's not easy to play. If you misplay it, it could lose you the game.
Yeah, I think the battle here is, can Cat get far enough ahead before he dies? Is what's going to go on.
Exactly. And since Cat doesn't really have any buildings, he also can't stop it. So if he falls too low, that Scrat Launcher is just going to keep pressuring lethal every time.
Yeah, I think Cat's going to have a tough time answering that Scrat Launcher with no Prowler or nothing really big to run into it. Obviously, the chip damage from Stormbringer, whether it be Stormbringer or the Crystal Archers or the Plasma Marines with the extra range, will go a long way to that too. Okay, we have both players back online and hopefully ready to go here.
All right, perfect. I'm already spectating Mephisto.
I am spectating Cat. Hopefully that reset had fixed all of Cat's Steam issues and just get back into it.
All right. So back into the game. Everything should be exactly the same. The starting hand will play a little bit into it, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal since there are no big RNG cards like Future, Present, or Past, or other things of that nature. Just standard Stormbringer versus Stormbringer.
Mephisto opening up with the Scrat Launcher this time.
And like I said, those Crystal Archers, they're gonna remove it pretty fast.
Mephisto probably recognizing that that was going to happen, just playing it to get it out of his cycle of his hand at the start.
And I noticed Mephisto is running the Ghost Turret, and it's not going to be that great versus these Plasma Marines and Crystal Archers. They both outrange it. He's going to have to play it once it's already in range.
Yeah, we'll see what Mephisto has up his sleeve. Hopefully he just needs to get ahead enough to win. Or sorry, he needs to get enough damage up before Cat gets ahead and just wins it up.
Mephisto opting to not play the Tranquil or the Curse Bearer here to stop that. Now he does, not fearing the Morgrul's DPS at all.
Divine No Warrior to answer that Tranquil to keep keep it low from the the HP it gains back.
But it doesn't really stop one huge minion, so it's not the best use case for Cat. But this Ghost Turret's health was buffed, so it's gonna be pretty good for sticking around.
Yeah, Cat about 20 XP ahead here. That's gonna be pretty big when his units have perk 2 and Mephisto's don't. The extra range can mean a lot.
Oh, it's a massive difference. Especially, yeah, he's very behind in that. Which means most of his minions are going to die before they even get to attack the opponents.
There you go, Cat choosing to play the Scrat Launcher in one lane where it's sort of protected quite a bit there.
And it proceeds to eat the Fire Imp's attack. It's not looking good for Mephisto.
No, looking a little bit rough this one. Not able to keep that Scrat Launcher as safe as last time.
And Cat, recognizing that, just barely played the Armored Escorts. He didn't need it.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get to a point where he can't answer that Scrat Launcher.
I feel like Mephisto's minion quality overall was just, it's a lot lower than Cat's, since he's so reliant on that Scrat Launcher to push most of this DPS, and I think that's going to make...
Yeah, he seems to be running things that are a little bit cheaper than normal with cheap bridge grab, and then just relying on the damage from Scrat Launcher to win him the game before it gets too late or out of hand. That Ghoster doing some work though, taking out a solid amount of spear throwers.
I found that since it lost 2 range, it went from 8 to 6. It hasn't been too great just to plop it on in front of a bridge and expect it to kill stuff, but when you play it into other units, it's still very effective, especially when they buffed its health.
Yeah, with a little bit of buffed HP for the Ghost Turret, it could be used in quite a few situations now.
Well, ooh, Mephisto down almost half the XP that Cat has. I don't think this aggressive deck is gonna do it.
No, I think this is looking really rough. The biggest difference between Stormbringer isn't perk 2, it'll be perk 3 here, where the attack speed, extra trip damage from Cats is just going to be a little too much, I think.
Especially Cat Stormbringer, it's gonna one-shot most, if not all, of Mephisto's units.
Oh, and then if it chips away at things like Ghost Turret not getting any value there.
This looks like the end for Mephisto.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough. Cat consistently in the lead and just keeps that lead growing. Here we see Cat just playing that Divine Warrior in front, stopping that Reboomer. Mephisto hasn't even had a chance to play that Scrat Launcher in a good amount of time and is just almost waiting for his doom at this point.
Yeah, if he ever decides to play it, that's just the loss right there.
Yeah, Cat just goes in the other lane and it's over.
If I were Mephisto, I would have chose a different deck, but you had to play it at some point, and he probably thought this was the best matchup for it.
And it probably is the best matchup, the one where he can hope that the Stormbringer just didn't have as good as a starting hand he did. We see Cat's almost at Mana Frenzy. Mephisto hasn't even seen the light of day on perk 3. Probably
Mana Frenzy
just
by minute 6.
probably just giving it up. Well played by Cat there. Unfortunately, Mephisto not able to win with that Scrat Launcher deck.
Well, let's see. That leaves Mephisto with... He played the Stormbringer. His Mordar was banned. And he already... Was that the second or first game?
That was the second one. He lost with his Milloween on the opening one, I believe. So he's got Setsu left.
So he has his Empowered Soul Stealer Setsu, which, before perk 2, that Empowered Soul Stealer will be pretty effective versus those range units. It will outrange most of them.
Yeah. I think that's a very strong deck. If anything could come back 3 or 2-0, it's definitely this one, so we can see the reverse sweep here.
And it's also a very solid aggressive deck because of those Cannibal Swarmers. It's Setsu, so you can blast jump to face for the free face damage, and since it's Stormbringer, he can't really deal with Setsu on face all that easily.
Yeah, Cat restarting Minion Masters here again. Not totally sure why, but... So, the answer to Cat's Stormbringer, which I thought was his weakest deck, looks to be Setsu. And if that Empowered Soul Stealer can get up some ticks, it can definitely do some work, and Mephisto can just kind of rush it down.
And at this point, it's Mephisto's only choice. It's the last option.
Yeah, and if anybody can come back down 2-0 from Cat, it's definitely Mephisto. Just delayed one moment here, waiting for Cat and Mephisto to come up with the game, and now we're into it.
What may be the final game of the series, unless Mephisto can work some magic.
My aim is shockingly good.
Mephisto
So
with Empowered Soul Stealer in the opening hand.
Cat having the control of both the bridges thanks to those spear throwers. Mephisto does have a lot of cheap bridge grab though, so maybe not too worried about it.
But it might be too cheap, especially when Cat's minion quality is pretty high. It's going to be able to contest most of Mephisto's bridge grab.
Yeah, so here's looking. Mephisto wants to grab the bridges as much as possible, obviously, but is his bridge grab cheaper than Cat's is the question.
There goes the Divine Warrior, comes out the black hole instantly. The soft counter.
Yeah, let's see. Mephisto choosing to jump on that Flame Imp. Good choice. Doesn't get top bridge though.
Blast entry, very solid card for Setsu. Will help him remove most of these problem units that are going to be sticking behind the Divine Warrior. Eight stacked Empowered Soul Stealer. It's going to be pretty effective here.
Yeah, if Mephisto can find a way to keep this thing alive for a little bit, it could definitely do a lot of work. Still getting some decent damage down, even though he got played armored escorts and stuff.
Very solid DPS, but those armored escorts. He only has 180 health. He might be looking to jump behind it, and he does. Very solid play from Mephisto. It allows him to sweep that push pretty strong. Doesn't have the black hole for the Divine Warrior, but I don't think he needs it.
Yeah, it should be all right here. Mephisto with a little bit of an XP advantage. Setsu obviously looking for that big perk 3 to get that shock.
And if Mephisto can get Cat pretty low, Setsu can start jumping face, and that's going to end the game.
We see here Cat hovering on those armored escorts again. Mephisto looking probably to grab the bottom bridge with this, falling a little bit behind in XP.
Playing the Ravenous Swarmers behind. That Flame Imp is going to kill them, probably. One lives, but gets stuck on the Divine.
One of them is still alive in that little black hole, so might be able to do some work or die instantly.
And Setsu retargeted onto Cat's face. Not what he wanted.
Yeah, that empowered Soul Stealer looking to do a little bit of work, but that black hole didn't really work out for Mephisto.
He was able to get rid of the Divine Warrior's shield, but his stuff died anyway.
I'm noticing a trend of Mephisto seems to fall behind a little bit early here and is not able to catch back up. Although in this situation, XP might not matter. Mephisto might be able to just start going face as much as he can and killing him.
And without the rage, he plays the Empowered Soul Stealer without the rage. He misses out on 3 stacks. Might not be a big deal. Especially when the marksmanship buff isn't required from the rage unit. It comes for free. All you get are the 3 extra stacks.
Yeah, here we see that Divine Warrior again answer and black hole out of Mephisto. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Soul Stealer just gets one shot. Soul Stealer against Arbor Escort's looking a little rough.
Mephisto jumping from the pedestal. It's gonna leave those 2 Surge minions on face.
Those Ravenous Sword Earners looking to clean that up with the Curse Bear, pushing a bit through. Have
But the
empowered Soul
marksmanship on
Stealer.
these units, it's gonna stop them.
The tough part here is the empowered Soul Stealers just getting chipped from Stormbringer and just can't even cross the bridge.
He doesn't have the range to attack these other units. I remember they buffed Soul Stealer specifically so he would take less damage from stuff like Plasma Marines, but they still chip him for a pretty good amount either way.
Mephisto jumping on his own black hole again.
2 Surge minions on face.
Looking like too much Cat, almost at Mana Frenzy, and Mephisto's almost dead with only 500 HP.
I don't think Setsu's perk 3 can save him here.
He might even not make it to perk 3 at this rate.
No,
That's
he
just
didn't.
it.
Mana Surge Armored Sentry was enough DPS to put him into the ground.
Cat says, "Get that out of here! I'm taking this one, Mephisto." And we have a tournament 28 champion here in Cat. But overall, it was a good series. That first game was tough. Unfortunately, Mephisto's Scrad Launcher did not work out for him.
It really didn't. I was expecting a lot more from that deck, but in the Stormbringer Mirror matchup, it just wasn't effective.
And Cat he just looks unstoppable. He looks like he's on a tear, and he's just want to take everybody down with him. And I really hope that we can find some challengers for this guy.
I believe Cat only lost to Detenshi this tourney. So if Detenshi hadn't gone, and Detenshi didn't even lose that badly to that either. It was a 2-3. So things could have been different.
Yeah. It would be nice to see people like Gamer step up a little bit and be able to take Cat down. And even the Predator looking pretty solid this weekend. He had a tough lineup to go through, but he put a good games up against Cat apparently.
But I mean, if you want the better seeding, you got to compete in more tournaments. Fight for that top spot.
Yeah, he unfortunate, but Cat's definitely. I mean, he deserves it. He's basically just rolling through everybody.
Cat has shown time and time again that he fights for that #1 spot in multiple tourneys. So until someone can dethrone him, that's where he'll stay. And we just got the news, no interviews from either player. It is both very late for them. Makes sense, it's almost 7:30 for me, and this tournament started 9 a.m. for me, so it's been going on for, 10.5 hours now?
Yeah, it's been quite a while. I mean, it starts at 6 for me. So, but we do have some prizes for them, and first, Cats gets a Raiden RX Vega 56 graphics card. It's worth about $500. Second place is $100 Steel Series code, and then third and fourth get 50, and then fifth and eighth get $25 each. So there is some good prizes in there. Thanks. I mean, obviously we got to thank some of our sponsors for this in Steel Series and Beta Dwarf for allowing this to happen too.
And AMD as well.
And AMD. So
I remember back in the day when we were competing just for tokens and rubies and shards. That was our prize, and we were happy.
Yeah, and now you got Cat just hogging up all the prizes to himself. So
yeah, Cat's just got a room full of AMD graphics cards. He's gonna start mining that Bitcoin.
I also want to talk about, is it Frog Daddy? That guy ended up in the top 8. Who did he beat? He beat somebody really good. And I'm like, I've never.
Tenchi.
Yeah, and that guy beat Cat.
Had almost the perfect score.
Yeah. So, good to see some newer players up in there like Frog Daddy, and I've never seen Detenshi before either. And then you got your classics with Cat, Gamer,
We're seeing more and more new faces every tournament. And that's what you need. A lot of people get set in their ways. They're like, oh, this deck, it always does well every tournament. So I'll just bring that. And then you have Frog Daddy come in with his hybrid C2A, just shaking things up. That's what you need to do.
Yeah. So I'd like to thank everybody for joining us here at the KPC 28. James for casting and Mandruski rushed a little bit behind the scenes, but I think that about ends it for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching and all that with all the delays. I'm impressed that we managed to get through the whole thing today.
Excellent. We'll see you. When is the next KPC?
3 weeks. So that's what? January the 3rd. Wait, 1, 2. That's either 1, 2, 3. So that's either December 29th or January 5th.
It's January. So I'm looking at it right now. Next KPC is January 5th. Obviously, there's that Discord tournament in between the middle. If you'd like to compete in the KPC, super easy. Practice up, set up some decks, and go in there. There's a lot of new faces in here, so you get some people doing that too.
Mm-hmm. And for everyone else, the Snows Giving Tournament, the 1v1, is open to the top 128 players on the leaderboard. So if you're interested in that, go grind. Prove it. Top prize in that tournament's $2,500.
Ooh, that's a lot.
It is. That's why I'm very disappointed I can't compete. But I'll be sure to watch it when I can.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
Alright, so I'll just about do it for KPC 28.
Mm-hmm.
Glad everyone could join us. And we'll see you again for the next one.
All right. Don't forget to wave bye-bye.